Tohono Nation. And this is an effort that's being led by Chairman Ned Norris, the Tohono Nation Council, Mayor Regina Romero, and my boss, Councilmember Lane Santa Cruz. And I'm honored to be among the many people involved with this project, and also to be here to read this land acknowledgement today. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relations with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you
so much, Antonio. Okay. Next, we have Pause for Pause.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Monica Dangler. I am the director here at Pima Animal Care Center. And today for Pause, I thought I would introduce you not to one dog, but to a whole bunch of dogs. We're in our enrichment play group. We do these every morning and try to get as many dogs out as possible to help them socialize with other dogs and just have a better day. They are all really friendly and nice. They love playing with other dogs. So if you're looking for a dog-friendly dog or a dog you can take to the dog park, you can just let them know, our adoption counselors know, you want to adopt somebody who goes to play group regularly. Right now, all of our pets are free for adoption, so come down, adopt. Also, if you adopt or foster, we will give your dogs at home a free DHPP or rabies booster and or microchip if you'd like those, just as a special thank you for helping pack out while we have so many pets. And again, besides adopting, you can always foster for as little as a weekend. Come take a dog home, give them a break from the shelter, help us learn more about these pets. Thanks, you guys. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to our clerk to list the changes to the agenda.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 9, item 28, Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation. It's resolution 2023-25. This item will be heard at a time certain of 9:15. Page 10, item 31, Superior Court, report on findings and recommendations for initial appearances. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. Page 12, item 45, Community and Workforce Development Contract. There's a correction to the project description. It is to provide for Davis Mountain Air Force Base Advocate. Page 13, item 53, Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation Contract with Rito Racing. This item will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. Page 13, item 54, Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security Contract with the Southern Arizona Rescue Association. It's a correction to the contract term. The contract is for 1 year. Page 16, item 74, Grant Application Acceptance. A correction to the department. It should read Acceptance, Community and Workforce Development. Page 16, item 77, Grant Application Acceptance. It's the Friends of Pima Animal Care Center. Correction to the grant term. The grant is for 1 year. Page 17, item 83, Franchise License Permit. It is the hearing liquor license for Marana Farm Festivals. The applicant requests this item be removed from the agenda. Page 18, item 92, Development Services. It is the hearing specific plan rezoning for Quail Canyon. This item requires a supermajority vote by the board, and staff requests this item be continued to the board meeting of July 11th. Page 19, item 93, Environmental Quality. Unfinished business from 6/6/23. It is the ordinance 2023-11. The county administrator requests this item be continued to the board meeting of July 11th. Thank you.
Supervisor Scott.
Could we also request, and you and I discussed this, if addendum item number 4 could be heard sometime before 10 a.m.?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe after item 28. Would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If there's no objections, we'll go ahead and make those changes. All right. Now we're on to, we're actually going to go to executive session, correct? Oh, item 28. Let me see. Oh, yes. Is it already 9:15? Time flies when we're having fun. Okay, so we're going to item 28, time certain at 9:15. We're a little early. Renaming of Sweetwater Preserve Trailhead for Steve Anderson, Sweetwater Preserve Trailhead. This is resolution number 2023-25. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And Administrator Lesher, I believe we have a few guests with us today.
We do. We have, first of all, NRPR Director Victor Pereira will be here, and this is the family of Steve Anderson, a longtime and beloved staff member of Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation.
Charter Halva Board, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Miss Amy Anderson and Steve's brother and sister, Susan and David.
Thank you so much for this. This is something that there are no words to express how thrilled I am, how touched I am that this is happening. If Steve could know what we were doing, he wouldn't be moved to tears, and he wasn't easily moved to tears unless he was watching a sappy movie. He has such passion to build terrific trails. Terrific is one of his favorite words of all time, to build trails for Pima County and beyond. He does not focus on Pima County. He wanted trails everywhere, but he built so many trails. And everywhere I look in Tucson, I see Steve Anderson, my husband, my dreamboat. And I got him a T-shirt that said, "I have ideas. I just haven't thought of them yet." That fits Steve to a T. And I want to thank you. And we're just beyond thrilled. And I speak for Susan and his brother David as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's our honor. Would you mind taking a picture with us?
Okay. Sure.
We look forward to the unveiling of
Yes.
sign.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, we have a few presentations on the addendum. So we have one to the Mount Lemon Women's Club. This is a presentation of certificate of recognition to Sandy Triplett, president of the Mount Lemon Women's Club, honoring the club's 50 years of dedication to improving the quality of life for Mount Lemon residents and those in the valley below. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Which of you would like to display it to them? On behalf of the residents of Pima County, it is with great pleasure that I present this certificate of recognition to the Mount Lemon Women's Club, honoring its 50 years of outstanding service to the Mount Lemon community and the greater Tucson region. Since its formation in 1973, the Mount Lemon Women's Club has been an indispensable advocate for the Mount Lemon community and a respected partner among Southern Arizona civic groups. The largest women's club in Arizona boasts many contributions to the mountain and valley life. Chief among them is the incredible Mount Lemon 4th of July Parade, Summer Haven's signature annual celebration since 1975. The club is a generous supporter of Tucson area charities with its Done in a Day projects, benefiting organizations such as Youth on Their Own. Further, the club members are good stewards of our Sky Islands with their educational, nature, and wildfire programs. The Mount Lemmon Women's Club deserves our gratitude for its steadfast support of Pima County's most treasured places, and our heartfelt congratulations on 50 years of service. Presented this 20th day of June 2023. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Steve. We really appreciate this, and what an honor it is to be able to provide these services to the very worthy organizations.
Great. Thank you very much. Will we get a picture?
Three, two, one. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Next, we have addendum item 2, 50th anniversary of Green Valley Council. This is a presentation of a certificate of recognition to Debbie Kenyon, President, David McAllister Romo, Executive Director, and Lisa Coker, Operations Manager of the Green Valley Council on the occasion of its 50th anniversary of service to the greater Green Valley community. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Supervisor Christie.
President Deb Kenyon, I refer to her as the Grand Kenyon. So it is with great pleasure that I, on behalf of Pima County residents, present this certificate of recognition to the Green Valley Council for 50 years of outstanding service to the greater Green Valley community. An all-volunteer organization, the Green Valley Council advocates on behalf of area residents in civic affairs. Its mission is to provide a unified voice for Green Valley, reflecting a consensus view of its people on Green Valley's community needs for an excellent quality of life. Founded in 1973 as the Green Valley Coordinating Council, a group initially comprised of 6 homeowners associations, the Green Valley Council now boasts almost 100 homeowners associations. Over the years, the Green Valley Council has worked with leaders from the state of Arizona, Pima County, and other local authorities to establish amenities and quality of life enhancements for Green Valley's residents. These have included household hazardous waste collection events, Sun Shuttle transportation services, a phone directory, Disposamed, audible crosswalk signals, and much more. Its affiliate foundation supports the Canoa Hills Trails Park, Median Green, and good deeds done together. The good work of the Green Valley Council has been instrumental in making Green Valley a great place to live. Presented this 20th day of June, 2023. Congratulations.
Well, I didn't come prepared to say anything because we have to leave and go back to work. Our next 50 years starts today, so we have some projects that we have to do. But thank you so much, Supervisor and the board, for this honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to addendum item 4, attractions and tourism, outside agency funding, additional recommendation for fiscal year 23-24. This is discussion, direction, action, African American Museum of Southern Arizona, $20,000 for the 23-24 year, additional general fund allocation, $20,000 for fiscal year 23-24 to the attractions and tourism. We have Bob and Beverly Elliott here, and this is an item brought forward by Supervisor Scott. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Supervisor Scott, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Supervisor Scott.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And I would like to call on Beverly Elliott to address us not only about the good work that the museum's been doing since it opened in January of this year, but also the circumstances, as much as you want to share, that led to this item being added to the addendum. And I do appreciate the unanimous support of the board. Ms. Elliott.
Thank you so much. Certainly appreciate this opportunity. A few weeks ago, I had a medical emergency, so I was unable to attend the meeting. Got a little dizzy and ended up in urgent care. So I was supposed to be here for this, so I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come back to speak. As a two-time cancer survivor, I'm extremely proud that and that I'm able to stand before you. And regarding the museum, it came about, as some of you know, about 18 months ago. So we've only been around not even quite 2 years. We were blessed to have been a part of the University of Arizona as alumni, and went directly to them. And so we are really excited for this opportunity. We did our kickoff with Ruby Bridges. We've had Stacy Snowden here to talk about her father. We are in collaboration with several groups around the city as well as the state, Arizona State University. We're working with Dunbar as of a couple of weeks ago, and various other Juneteenth committee and beyond Juneteenth. So we are very entrenched in the community, and we want to continue that. Of course, funds are always needed for that. We want to not charge anyone to be able to come. The BIPOC population is unable to pay $10 or $12 for admission, and we want to be able to allow students to come as well as maybe the elderly. We've had about 10 different, as actually the Brookline with the lady who just turned 110, their group was there a couple of weeks ago as well. She didn't get to come, however. In any case, we've had over 1,200 people since January 14th come through the museum. It's quite a few for a small museum of 1,100 square feet. We have been doing giveaways, especially for children, and it's important for us to continue this important work.
Thank you, Ms. Elliott. And I see that you brought your chief assistant. Don't know if he had anything that he wanted to share.
No, one of the things that name is Bob Elliott. I'm the chair of the board. And those of you that are involved in corporate America or nonprofits and board work, so the chair and the board of directors set the policy, and then you hand that off to the executive director and management team to handle and execute that policy. So as you can tell, Beverly's done a wonderful job between the newsletter, the website. Just 2 days ago, she did a filming with Boeing out of Philadelphia that will be shown. So the number of people that have come forward have just been great. It's been overwhelming, quite frankly, that they've been this much people with this much interest.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
Supervisor Scott, Mr. Elliott, could you relay to everyone what you just told me before the meeting started about the attendance of the grand opening?
So January 14th was our ribbon cutting, and the fire marshal said that the place holds 71. So we figure from 10 to 12, if we get 70 people, we'll be very happy. 362.
Wow. Nice.
So I kept going, thank you. I kept going outside and to these massive people. I'm like, okay, just take your time. And this one guy told me, Bob, this is like being at the post office at Christmas time. Take a number and wait, right? So the responses have been great. Obviously, there's a need. One of the things we were influenced by the Smithsonian, they said that when you do this, keep it simple. So in your name, African American Museum of Southern Arizona. So that's what we do, and that's what we're trying to do, and we're glad to be able to do it on.
And remind us again where you're
Supervisor
located.
Bronson, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, we are located in the Student Union,
Great.
room 244. If you start at the bookstore and come out and take a right walking toward the mall, that first walkway, you'll see the USS Arizona. We're right next door to there, and they're actually now giving us a nice lanyard that you can see the sign in there. So,
Excellent.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Mr. Elliott, did you ever have any affiliation with University of Arizona Athletics?
50 years ago, believe it or not, is when came here to play basketball and get my degree from University of Arizona. So yeah, I'm a Wildcat for life, no doubt about it. As well as Beverly. Yeah, we both have our degrees from University of Arizona.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to go to the Ruby Bridges event, and it was amazing. And I think I love those fireside chats. The one last night was beautiful. We're really excited, and I'm glad that the board unanimously supported the funds to make sure that you can continue to expand on the work that you're doing with the museum.
Thank you all so
Yeah.
very,
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So we do have an executive session item, and I guess go to that now. We have executive session regarding changes to policies for political participation. I'll go ahead and move to go into exec.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you.
He wants to talk about budget. All righty. We're 23. You know.
Sergeant of Arms.
It is. It's Rob. It's Robert. Yes, I saw him drinking out of it. I
Okay, we are back in session. Executive session, there's no action. That was just legal advice for item 3. And then we have had a request, it's okay with my colleagues, to approve consent calendar. So we have a couple people here for that item, including Judge Cornejo, who needs to get back to court, and she's here if we have any questions. So consent calendar is agenda item 18. I'll go ahead and move approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the consent calendar? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now we'll go back to the agenda, and we are on call to the audience. So citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms, if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, similar demonstration shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. And I would like to make note that there was a lot of talking behind speakers yesterday, and I'd like to ask people to not do that, please. And so we are imposing the new policy that was just approved. And so because we have over 20 speakers, everyone will have 2 minutes. And so I would recommend you come forward. We have Lauren Schultz, Anastasius Takis, and Elizabeth Mole.
Hopefully we'll make it in 2 minutes. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this time. I'm just going to say my piece, and that'll be that. I find it really upsetting that you guys start every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. And my question is, who is your allegiance to? Not the United States, not Arizona, and definitely not Tucson. It says one nation under God with liberty and justice for all, and yet you spit on God. Now, there's no shame, no guilt, no abomination, but God clearly states that homosexuality is a sin. There are 2 genders. Men shall not dress like women, and women shall not dress like men. These are all abominations to God.
Please.
Oh, so the word of God is not allowed.
Please don't do that, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to allegiance then. We have open borders, fentanyl by the ton, sex trafficking, human trafficking, housing, food, medical, and legal services for illegal aliens. Yet our citizens are homeless, kids are hungry, seniors are not able to pay for their medications, our veterans get tossed aside. Another thing, we have Veterans Day, but Pride Month. I guess Abomination Month doesn't have a great ring to it. But I was wondering, how many signatures do I need to get a Respect Our Military Month, or Observe the Constitution Month, or Love the Word of God Month? Being that I can't mention God, I guess the rest of this is kind of done. I think we're done. Thank you.
Anastasius Takis. And after on Elizabeth Mole, I do have a speaker on the phone.
I am sorry, did that just happen?
So I'm here to talk about Runback. Rex, I just want to say, first of all, I've always come here and spoken about agenda items. This is not about party affiliation, which is a complete insult about what you have said about an entire population of people in Pima County. You should be ashamed and immediately retract your comments. Runback Election Services to provide for mail-in ballot scanning and sorting solutions. Well, they fall under the ARS statute, you can write this down, 16-442B and HAVA. They need to be certified by an accredited testing lab, just like all election offices in the state must comply. Runback does not have any sort of logic or accuracy testing with any sort of bipartisan observers that I'm aware of. We need to do that. Runback and Eric should have to comply with state and federal laws. And as of right now, we know that they are not. In addition to that, we need signature verification that's appropriate within the contract. This contract also offers for 3 one-year renewal options for $41,000, including sales tax. Why is it that we're doing $339,000 and then $41,000, including sales tax? That's beyond me. We don't need these machines anymore. We need to go to precinct-only voting. I think maybe that would be something you need to be talking about. In addition, going back to Mr. Rex Scott's slanderous remarks about an entire population of people in Pima County, and also in relation to your discussion about political participation, you guys as Democrats are politically expressing your opinions and your concerns in this room. That has to go for you too. If you try to put that on one party affiliation, you have to put it on yourselves, because we all know what you are.
Elizabeth Mole.
Oh, gonna have to go quick. Chairman Grijalva, Board, my name is Elizabeth Mall. I noticed that you typically begin your meeting with proclamations. It is my hope you would issue a proclamation in support of Public Law 108-447. This law designates September 17th as Constitution Day. Studies have indicated only 32% of citizens can identify the 3 branches of the federal government. According to the Arizona state standards, the 3 branches of the federal government are to be taught in the 3rd grade. The Constitution Day legislation directs each educational institution that receives federal funds for a fiscal year is required to hold an educational program about the U.S. Constitution for its students on September 17th. Since your jurisdiction includes libraries, it would be great if you asked them to display quality reading materials for all grade levels, focusing on the Constitution. In the coming months, it is our intent to communicate with each of the school districts in Pima County the importance of enthusiastically participating in this important day. In addition, each grade level is required to implement curriculum and instruction focusing on the Constitution. The Arizona Department of Education website has plenty of activities about the Constitution. They are grade appropriate and are aligned with state standards. Because we are starting at this early date, we will be asking schools in the beginning of the school year letters to state the objectives that are to be accomplished at each grade level for Constitution Day, and how professional development time will be used to communicate the importance of the law. All schools have a mission statement. Tucson High Magnet School says it exists to provide high-quality instruction in all curricular areas, foster understanding of the world through the arts, sciences, mathematics, and humanities.
Thank you.
All right.
We have a person on the phone, Caitlin Teviot. Are you there, Caitlin?
Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm Caitlin Tweed. I'm representing Dominium. We were an applicant that applied for some affordable housing gap funding for the project The Safford, located in Marana. We submitted an appeal to the Board of Supervisors on June 6th regarding today's agenda items number 19 and 21. Those 2 appeals were for both the number of points that the Housing Commission and staff had scored for the Safford project and the second appeal was for the decision to only release a portion of the $4 million in gap funding. So Dominium encourages the Board of Supervisors to consider our appeals and corresponding evidence justifying the number of points scored for the Safford. And we encourage the board to consider our appeal and release all $4 million in that gap funding now to address the affordable housing crisis that is impacting our community as we speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jane Hubbard, followed by Sandy Davenport and Bev Showalter.
Good morning. I am Jane Hubbard. I just want to let you know Chairman Dave Smith did not tell me to speak or what to say. Last meeting, you violated our constitutional right of free speech by voting to limit the time for call to the public. The First Amendment of the Bill of Rights states, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. FYI, to abridge means to shorten or curtail. I wish to thank Supervisors Steve Christie and Sharon Bronson for standing by their oath to uphold the Constitution and our First Amendment right. Thank you. Thank you also, Supervisor Rick Scott, for giving us more ammunition in our campaign to unseat you in District 1 in 2024. I will be working hard to elect Steve Spain. Your unconstitutional motion and vote will not be forgotten. We will not go quietly into the night, and we will not vanish without a fight. Chairman Adelita Grijalva and Supervisor Matt Hines, what can I say? You're a gift that keeps on giving. From this board's fiscally irresponsible spending, $19 million more for illegals in this agenda, no money in the budget to repair the roads, to the offensive reference to females by a bodily function as menstruators. Do you also refer to males as sperm donors? To Matt's derisive and total disregard of our freedom to make our own health choices during COVID, my body, my choice, and his inexcusable behavior since 2020. Matt, you will be defeated in 2024 by our constitutional conservative candidate, Corey Stevens. If this board were more fiscally responsible and did the will of the people regarding the needs of the county, we would not need to be here in front of you every meeting to petition to redress our grievances. Come November 2024, you will be replaced.
Sandy Davenport.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva, Pima County Supervisors, and County Administrator. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sandy Davenport, and I'm speaking to you as the Chair of the Bail Reform Subcommittee of the Tucson branch of NAACP. We truly appreciate the work that has been done by the board, the county administrator, Judge Bergen, and the work group he supervises to plan for implementation of improvements to the initial appearance intergovernmental agreement and related pretrial justice practices. Today's item 31. The limit of a one-year period for the new IGA will allow time to assess the implementation of the new data collection processes and ensure completion of planning for other new processes to be implemented without undue delay. Thank you for your serious consideration of our concerns we have discussed over the past year. By initiating a new data collection process regarding the assignment of bail and recommending a new bail quality assurance program with a release conditions matrix regarding bail decisions, the number of those jailed due to inability to pay bail should be able to be identified and interventions implemented to reduce that number significantly, while those posing a danger to the community will continue to be detained. This data collection will also help identify opportunities to address disparities in who goes to jail in our community. We appreciate the efforts recommended in the new draft IGA that we hope will provide greater oversight to ensure that people who do not pose a danger to the community are not jailed due to poverty, but rather released with conditions appropriate to their individual situation, including appropriate supervision where needed and supportive services to prevent recidivism. Thank you again for all your work to improve this intergovernmental agreement and pretrial justice in Pima County.
Thank you. Bev Showaletter, followed by Sue Clark, Patty Woodbury, and Stephanie Kirk. Is Bev here? Okay. Sue Clark? Patty Woodbury?
Do I you hit the button, right? Hi, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Patty Woodbury. I live in the proposed Vale Incorporation area. I'm absolutely delighted to be here to see the Council of Green Valley get their commendation. I think that's excellent. That should be the model that Vale is following, not incorporation. One of the issues residents of the Vale area have had with Incorporate Vale, Arizona, is their failure to provide full disclosure. This has forced us to research Arizona statutes, Pima County and City of Tucson memos, and other related material. Several items have been cause for concern. Among these is a series of memos initiated by David Higuera, Chief of Staff to District 2 Supervisor Matt Hines, including a query if Rocking K's Master Development Agreement could be renegotiated, specifically to allow it to become part of Incorporated Vale, thus transferring the cost of the Rocking K-related infrastructure to Vale residents. Apparently, this question was to be discussed by phone, so there would be no email record. Supervisor Christie recently quoted in the Arizona Star saying, "I feel it's not appropriate for a supervisor of that area to engage one way or another in the process. I don't want to be putting my thumb on the scale." But yet, Dr. Hines and his staff feel it's okay for them to put their thumb on the scale for matters that are taking place in District 4. I would like to know if Mr. Christie was aware of these memos, if he was not copied on them. I have a list of the 10 people copied and referred to in the memos.
Thank you. If you'd like to submit that paperwork, the clerk staff is right there. Thanks. Stephanie Kirk, followed by Steve Gordon, Corey Stevens, and David Berkman.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Kirk. I am here to ask you all to vote no on Health 50 and 51. Arizona Board of Regents, on behalf of the University of Arizona Department of Mexican American Studies, Amendment number 1 for 51, and then on 50, the Arizona Board of Regents, on behalf of the University of Arizona. I guess one is underneath the University of Arizona. The other one is underneath the Department of Mexican American Studies. I found it suspicious that Katie Hobbs, as well as Tom Horn, sits on the board of the Arizona Board of Regents. What is this additional contract and money going for? It's going to study how well you guys were able to inoculate and indoctrinate those that were, I don't know, ethnically challenged or maybe in a lower socioeconomic status household. I think it's disgusting that you're tracking and taking my money to do so over a project and a medicine that was experimental, and it's no longer even offered. There's no COVID-19 vaccine that's even approved by the FDA, as if the world even approves, as if the world even trusts the FDA anymore, or the CDC, or their board at the city or the county. You all have shown your true colors. Election is coming up. You most likely will be voted out unless you pay for your votes. You cannot be saved by a medication. It's my First Amendment right to choose what saves me. I work out and I eat well. Is that what you guys do? Or do you run and take a medication to save you? It is my First Amendment right. I should not have been blocked from activities. You should not still be flowing money through and enabling.
Your time has expired. Steve Gordon? Corey Stevens, David Berkman, and then on the phone, we have Christine Bauserman.
Good morning. My name is Steve Gordon, and I live in the Vail, Arizona area as well. And I'm here to speak about the incorporation effort that you guys are going to be reviewing very soon, and the incorporating group wants your support. I'm here to ask you not to support that effort. I do not see a benefit from incorporation of the Vail area, and it's very obvious today that we are not prepared to make this decision. The pro-incorporation group has made a number of statements, but when questioned, they either turn the responses against those asking questions or simply ignore them. At times, they have denied that information taken from their own sources and presentation is correct when it is questioned. There are a lot of areas, and I'm going to hope that you guys will review their positions and understand what you are going to be voting on to accept. Their feasibility study includes only 1 year of an estimate, and for those of you that have done budgets, you can look at that really, really quickly and tell there's a lot of holes in it that are not correct. They have a number, they fit the square peg in the square. We have received almost 600 letters requesting to opt out. We were told we were able to opt out. They've refused to accept those letters. That 600 people currently that have opted out is twice the number of people that have supported their efforts, but that is only based on the presentations they gave to a selective audience. Vail Incorporation has been submitted to us twice before and has been soundly rejected by residents. Their lack of their espoused transparencies and lack of considerations of many residents does not provide any evidence why we should support actions. If they really believe incorporation can definitely benefit Vail, they should take a step back, regroup, and take a note from Tanca Verde to postpone their efforts and concentrate in some specific details. They refuse to do that. How can we support an effort of other agencies that have not been fully considered? Pima County has even said they have not been able to review the data to see what the impact is to the land. How can we move forward in areas of missed budgets that are knowing falsely represented?
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Corey Stevens?
Corey Stevens, $1.9 billion budget, property taxes going up, $50 million spent this year, and another $19 million today on the agenda to fund the illegal invasion of our state. You probably want to give yourselves a pat on the back for a job well done, when we, the taxpayers, want to know where the fiscal responsibility in all this spending is. This repair of our roads and how to adequately and timely repair them has not been satisfactorily addressed. Crime, homeless population, fentanyl crisis, and staffing the jail and the sheriff's department should be priority one. Yet this board is more concerned about the safety, health, and well-being of illegal aliens held up at so-called welcome centers than that of the citizens of Pima County. I'd be remiss if not to mention that you'd also like to give yourselves a hefty raise in 2025 for all your aforementioned accomplishments. I'd say the citizens of Pima County deserve a tax cut before this board deserves a raise. Pima County Safe Streets for All for $1.5 million grant with matching amounts of $380,000 from Oro Valley, Tucson, Marana, and Sahuarita. The sponsoring office, Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration. Rex Scott, you sit on a transportation committee, yet you didn't even know that I-19 is one of the second most deadly highways, interstates in Pima County. Let's spend some of that funding, since Sahuarita kicked in, to investigate why I-19 has weekly accidents that are rollovers of deadly status, causing numerous deaths annually in Pima County. That funding should go to that, because let me tell you, that is the deadliest strip in Pima County. Weekly accidents. So I should hope we would spend some of that money investigating why citizens of Pima County are dying there.
Thank you. David Berkman? David Berkman? Okay. Christine Bauserman on the phone. Christine?
Hi, this is Christine. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have to unmute. Hi, this is Christine Bauserman. I've been there in person before. To remind you, I'm a systems process person, and I've actually been involved in election integrity for about 10 years. I've won 2 election lawsuits and 4 complaints. And to let everybody know that I first got involved, the very first meeting I ever went to was on Houghton and Fort Lowell at the Presbyterian Church, and it was by the Democrat Party. Questioning that Republicans were cheating. So I think we're all about fair elections. So to me, elections, there's 3 processes to elections. There's the ballots, the signature verification, the tabulation. So I want to talk about item 57 on page 16, the award to Run Back Electric. And I'm going to give you some information real quick, because I'm on 2 minutes time. I especially want to look at the master agreement. Number 4, specifications and scope of work, and 4.2.6. So this thing has a scope of work to scan and return the ballots, but they're actually opening the ballots and getting the affidavits inside with the signatures. 4.2.6, the digital scan connectivity functionality to voter registration application. 4.2.7, download data function for backup signature verification. Okay, and then if you go to section 8.5, additional items and services, you're expanding the scope of work here to automated signature recognition software license. So you're now into not just processing the ballots, you're into signature verification in this process. And I wanted to kind of bring that to your attention because it seems like mission creep.
Thank you. Cardinal Lindsay, Shirley Ricard, and Tim Lux. Lindsay, Cardinal Lindsay. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Chair, Supervisors of the Board, thank you very much for the work that you do. I appreciate your time and your effort. And I'm just really concerned that we keep this county free of the illegal immigrants. There is a legal way to enter this country, and we're not doing it right now, and we really should. There are ports of entry that are legal in this country, and this is where these immigrants should be directed to for their own safety and for their own welfare. And I don't appreciate the fact that we're taking our money and funding them when this area needs a lot of work done. I know that there's a lot of construction that needs to be done. Some of it's been delayed because I believe it's because we're giving these illegal immigrants the money that should go to us first. Also, the other thing is, I don't know how much you can influence this, but we need to go back to the same day of voting that this country had for years and years and years. I think the last election would have shown something different, but please, whatever you can do to support the same day voting, it's going to save a lot of money in the long run, and it'll be honest. Thank you so much for your attention. God bless you all.
Thank you. Shirley Ricard.
Hello, I'm Shirley Record. I'd like you all to ask yourselves, have you or someone you love been experiencing any of these symptoms? Fatigue, weakness, pain, tingling skin, rashes, brain fog, vertigo, dizziness, learning or memory issues, sleep disorders or insomnia, tinnitus or ringing in the ears, eye problems, headaches, heart or respiratory problems, cancers in the brain or elsewhere, imbalance, inflammation, autoimmune disease, leaky gut or stomach pain. Above all, depression, anxiety, ADD, OCD, emotional issues, stress, or overwhelming irritability. These are all side effects of man-made EMFs, electromagnetic fields. They impact everyone. You may not feel or personally think about what's going on, but your cells do, and your cells are being damaged, severe damage because of the policies and programs you are choosing to promote. If you dare and you're willing to come listen to Dr. Russell Whitty speaking at a gathering at the Pima County GOP office on Friday, June 30th from 4:30 to 6 p.m., and you'll learn even more about the deleterious effects of EMFs. Now, the other thing I'm here to speak about real quick is about the tyrannical nonsense known as 15-minute cities. This board is lock, stock, and barrel into this. It begins with limiting travel and then progresses to biometric tracking, exactly like there is in China. It will not only crush small businesses and families, but drastically inhibit the freedom of movement, which is our basic human right. Residents who live in Tucson and surrounding communities are going to be adversely affected. So we need to be aware in advance of what is planned and will be foisted on us if we remain silent. Mass noncompliance is what they fear the most. It's our greatest power.
Thank you. Tim Locks?
Supervisor Bronson, Supervisor Christie, Comrade Hines, Comrade Scott, Comrade Grijalva. Good morning. My name is Tim Locks. Rex Scott, I would like to thank you for introducing the measure to restrict our free speech rights and violate the U.S. and Arizona constitutions. To those who voted to implement this, your vote was a gift. Even many Democrats I speak with are angry with you about this. When measures like this are taken, please keep in mind that while you launched an attack on the GOP to limit free speech, you also blasted the rights of the LGBTQ plus community as well. It is likely that your dogmatic attitudes conflicted with any common sense and likely caused harm to other groups that you didn't even consider. The funny thing is, much of the time, these types of actions have a way of biting the very people who implement them right in the derriere. With regard to the Runbeck contract, number one, it is my understanding there is no party representation or security measures in place when ballots are transported from Runbeck to Tucson. Number two, there was no RFQ that I'm aware of, and Runbeck is not the only organization that can provide election-related services. Isn't that illegal, Jan? Number three, Runbeck's equipment is not appropriately certified. Number four, there are known relationships with Runbeck and at least one political individual in the Arizona legislature. Vote no on this measure. So once again, I have to tell you, my servants, everybody ready? Cut the crap. Thank you.
Barbara Stockwell. Janet Neusterfeld and Gisela Aaron.
Thank you, Supervisors and Chairman Grijalva. I just wanted to say, I already got to talk to Supervisor for District 3 already, Karen Bronson, because the Arivaca Road now is perfect right now. Don't know how it's going to last. Don't know when we have rains again. But right now, I went to Arivaca after traveling that road for 60 years, and I didn't find one pothole to the town side. Of course, there's no paved streets in the town side, and Arivaca has been pretty independent. And also, we're having a 4th of July parade again, and it's been like 20 years. It's been called the Red, White, and Blue Parade. And whatever the political persuasion is of our members, our townspeople and the area people, we all fly our flags on the 4th of July, and then there's a community potluck afterwards. So anyway, everyone's invited, and the Trico Electric Cooperative, which serves us down there in the rural areas, they'll be there with their bucket truck, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And thank you for everything you do, but please, no more money for, whoops, okay, no, I have a minute. No more money for illegals. We are inundated already. No more. Let's get them back where they belong, and they can come in legally. This country admits more legal immigrants, 1 million every year, and has for decades and decades than any other nation in the whole world. Legal immigration. We do that. So, thank you.
Janet Neusterfeld.
Hi, good morning. I'm Janet Newstetter. I wanted to talk about the health issues on number 50 and 51. your evaluation plan, including process and outcome evaluation of health strategies to enhance vaccine uptake in racial and ethnic minority populations. I'm a failure to understand why there's a need to move forward of a contract when supposedly COVID is over, and to track the socially vulnerable populations to take a vaccine that was neither safe nor effective and did not stop transmission. I'd like to look at the statistics and have you remember that the shot has done more negative than positive. In the VAERS report of June 9th, there's 1,565,838 reports of adverse events related to the shot, 35,000 deaths, which is grossly underreported, 203,000 hospitalizations, 278 people that went to urgent care, 236,267 people that after taking the shot went to their doctor to find out what's wrong. We've heard about at least 5,013 miscarriages, 20,000 heart attacks, 147,000 myocarditis and pericarditis. So all of you up there sitting there feeling like the best thing in the world was the jab, it wasn't. So maybe if there's further studies, it should look into the adverse events.
Thank you.
Stella Aaron, followed by Robert Royce, Peter Norquist, and Michael Thompson.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron, and I live in Pima County. We, the people, have assembled. We come to you, sui juris, in this court of record to inform you that you neglect us and have trespassed against us. You have committed maladministration, malfeasance, nonfeasance, and treason. Although you have sworn an oath of office, Article 2, Section 7, that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of your office, you have not lived up to it. An oath is as binding as the person has honor, good character, and conscience. You have acted in licentious manner, violating Article 2, Section 12, acting without regard to law, ethics, or the rights of others. And this is the reason why the people feel compelled to come here. We are not one group. We are many. And we are here to instruct you frequently about the law and what you have done wrong. You are spending millions of our tax money aiding and abetting foreigners, possibly enemies, assisting in the invasion of the border. You have a constitutional authority per Article 1, Section 10 to repel an invasion. You have failed to work across various counties and states to come up with a plan to halt the invasion. China is killing more than 100,000 people every year with fentanyl, and you have a duty to the people to protect us to the best of your ability. You have an opportunity, or had an opportunity with the city council, to write a protective ordinance against the proliferation of 5G cell towers and their invasive safety and health hazards. We proposed an easy solution to you, and you have ignored it. You have damaged our home values by more than 20%, and now you want to raise our secondary tax rates with this invasion.
Thank you for your time. Your time has expired. Robert Royce?
I'm Robert Royce. I could have sworn I heard Supervisor Matt Hines tell me that I had no right to address this body, that I should restrict myself to talking directly to supervisors if I had anything to say in a non-public setting. Thank goodness Mayor Eckert didn't have that attitude. At age 20, I went into my first city council meeting to address them, and he let me question his police chief for 50 minutes on the efficacy of mixing riot helmets and drunk people, not to mention the other drugs. I don't remember everything I said. I remember Mayor Eckert leaning back in his chair, grinning, ever-widening grin on his face. I remember the police chief's attitude melting away. It took 50 minutes to literally reprogram the police chief to understanding that we did not need another riot, and we must stop mixing riot helmets with drunk people. Literally in 50 minutes, I bought that city 50 years riot-free. Thank you, Mayor Eckert. How many meetings did I have to attend to change the Fayetteville city government from the corrupt manager-director to the new form of government? I remember butting heads with Mayor Vorsanger for 2 years with no time limits, and he was allowed to respond in real time to me. One thing I remember surely was 4 years after we won that election, my last time I saw Mayor Vorsanger, he put his hand on my shoulder and thanked me for standing up to him and delivering a better future for our city. So, Mr. Hines, when you tell me I have no rights here, you are wrong.
Thank you. Peter Norquist, followed by Michael Thompson, David Smith, and JP Salvatierra.
All right, good morning. My name is Peter Norquist, and today I'd like to talk about the 2 agenda items which have to do with affordable housing gap recommendation, the combined cost to the county of which will be $6.4 million for 316 housing units in total. A list of criteria has been offered, some for which I feel that we should be provided more detailed information. These include energy efficiency, smart growth, sustainable neighborhood, and healthy community. While all of these sound desirable, it's important to look at the ways and contexts within which they're being used. In reviewing the Pima Prospers and SAPCO plans, there is a notable convergence on the following outcomes. For community planning, mixed and multimodal land uses, both horizontal and vertical, so that venues for work, play, learning, and living are stacked together in compact urban areas. The current redevelopment of the Foothills Mall is a good example of this. There is also an emphasis on the restriction of public access to rural land. For energy, there is an emphasis on the elimination of so-called fossil fuels in favor of alternative forms of energy, primarily solar, both active and passive, and always grid-tied, but also including wind and biofuel. The motivations are decarbonization and reduction of so-called greenhouse gases, primarily CO2. For transportation, there is an emphasis on discouraging individual vehicle use and ownership, with the exception of electric vehicles, and encouragement of more restrictive modalities such as walking, bicycling, and public transit through the narrowing or elimination of driving lanes in favor of bike and public transit lanes, roundabouts, increase in the frequency of crosswalks, etc. Question: are the goals of these plans really meant to improve our quality of life, or is the goal really to remove our autonomy, restrict our movement, and make us even more dependent on the government than we already are? Are these 316 units one of the first steps along the way to building our own urban prison? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Thompson. Michael Thompson. Okay, Dave Smith. Yeah, that's you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Michael Thompson isn't here.
Sorry I was late, gang.
No worries.
I tell you. So, good morning, board, Steve, Sharon, normal people. You know, I got to tell you something. Once again, I sit there, I listen, I've been getting text what's going on. The hubris. Look at Dr. Clown walks out there, the Mengele son of a bitch. I got to tell you what.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I just want to say, I'm the chairman of the Republican Party.
I understand that.
Thank
sir,
you for taking
Take a pause, please. Take a pause. Sir, seriously, we cannot, you cannot cuss it. No, I understand that, but that's enough. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You weren't here, so I just called it. It's okay. Go ahead and have a seat, and I'll call right after him. Yeah. Okay. So, actually, I'm sorry, Michael. I missed you. So if we can take a breath, Mr. Smith, because it's completely inappropriate for you to cuss at us or anybody in here. Go ahead. No, it's absolutely not. This is not a conversation. Go ahead, Mr. Thompson, and then we'll call on Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Can we all breathe, please? Is this what God would have wanted? So.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Thompson, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Thank you. It's talk to us. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Talk to us. Thank you so much.
It's my fault.
Excuse me. Talk to us. Talk to us. Ma'am, Ma'am, thank you. Shh. Well, I'm trying to be respectful.
fault.
Go ahead.
My fault.
Sir, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm a disabled veteran, 100% service connected. I want to thank you and Matt Hines, well, he's not here, for taking care of people that I knew in the jail. You've got a mold problem. Bad. You've got an asbestos problem. You've got a jail that's flooding out and you don't have enough officers. Look, my company's name is Mode Solutions Group. I study global environment development, international relations, global security studies, political science. So, I ran for Congress in 2012. Personal friend of Mark Green, who sits on the chair of Homeland Security. If you need help, I will get it for you. All you got to do is reach out. I live on Summer Trail. Thank you for paving the roads out there. Thank you for taking Christine's call, and Matt, Christine's call. Look, guys, too much division. We need a little more liberty, unity, and freedom, because all we need is love, right? We can fix this if we work together. All this division, not good. But as a disabled veteran and as somebody who has fought for the right to free speech, anybody up here ex-military? Nope. Maybe you need an advisor. Turn to me if you need it. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for all of you.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay. But thank you. Ram Dass, please.
Thank you. Okay. David Smith. Want to do a redo? Want to start again? Okay, great.
But I felt rather personally offended.
I understand,
All
but if
right,
we want to
yes.
go ahead and get started, we'll start your time.
All right, thank you. Now, once again, I am the chairman for the Pima County Republican Party. And I have people come here not because of my commands, but because of their concerns. Our society has all kinds of wonderful pressure release valves, and we're under tremendous tension in this society today. You know that. You spend money frivolously. How long are we going to keep doing this? We have huge doubts about the electoral process, yet you throw Runbeck at us. And we are concerned, and yet you're capricious in your acts because you allow this kind of tension to build and build. These people come because there's a social tension in our society. Now, again, these are the people that my whole adult life has been protecting. There's law enforcement people who, by the way, are the only ones in this room guaranteed to risk their lives for you. And they should be in every school in this county. But the thing is this, in this last minute, I just want to say, I write about civil disobedience. This is not civil disobedience. This is simple civil stress release. This is an essential. You've limited us now. And again, you've dropped your mask for moderation. And the thing is this, is that, gang, I ask you to always think about the ramification. Downstream, what is the ripple effect of your actions? This open border, this frivolous spending, the homeless problem, the maintenance of our streets and highways. And this is something, no one wants to live in a third world country, yet we all feel it when we drive down our potholed roads, when we see the homeless encampments growing and growing. Act rationally and act in a manner that represents your positions. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Sharon. You act, again, with dignity, and I respect that, and I thank that. Please think about your actions. Thank you.
Thank you. JP Salvatierra.
Supervisors, Administrator Lesher, I'd like to identify the fact that we live in a shared community. Pima County residents are over 1 million. And the particular thing that I've been stressing for some time is the fact that the Prop 412 was offered for voting to a minority of people and not the entire Pima County area residents, which number over 1 million, that were disenfranchised with any kind of a vote. Similarly, when COVID came in and went out, our value of our money and the value of our properties were diminished because of this inflation. And it achieved minimal goals. So we should look at that and also restricted our personal freedoms. The primary thing I wanted to say is that between Administrator Lesher and the supervisors, you can create a format to dissolve Tucson Electric Power, to take out this third party that sends money to a foreign entity and restricts the reinvestment in our community. That can be achieved with the City of Tucson, our bond issues that are the real authority that we convey to you to identify in our budgets. And we can make a difference that's impressive and changes the character of this community in a strong, independent, interdependent way with the other bureaucracies, and makes a real difference in what we do. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have no other speaker cards. I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask, did you fill out a card? Okay, go ahead and come on up, and then we'll get the card from you. Thank you. All right, this will be our last speaker. And can you please introduce yourself since I don't have your card?
My name is Debbie Ludden. I'm new to Arizona. I've been here about 9 weeks. I came down here from Maine, and I want to say that I've been watching you guys. My parents lived here for 26 years. I've been watching you down here now for over a year. And I just wanted you to know something that I found out about my community up in Maine yesterday. We have a college town. It's called Unity, Maine. Unity College. It is a conservation college, so you could go there and learn to be a game warden or, work in a fish hatchery like my son did. That during COVID, people started taking classes at home and all that, so the college really kind of shut down, and it hurt, the area quite a bit. But they're recovering, starting to rent out their places again and whatnot. But I wanted you to know that yesterday I found out that the town of Unity has been, someone has come to them and asked them to house 600 illegal immigrants in that college. That is going to change, I'm serious to you guys, that is going to change that community forever, and I'm talking forever. I lived in a town up there, it was 10 miles from Unity. My town had 500 people in it, which I was a selectman there too, so similar to what you do for a much smaller town. But I just need you to know what this is doing to the state of Maine, and we're so far away from you, but it is the people that are coming across your border that are coming up to Maine, and they're just everywhere down in southern Maine, in Lewiston, Portland area. So much more crime, so much more everything that there ever used to be. But seriously, look it up. Unity College in the state of Maine wants to house 600 illegal aliens in that small community. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can give the card to a staff member there, please. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask if anyone wishes to respond to a criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No? Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I just wanted to, 3 quick short points. National Veterans...
You want to get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. National Veterans and Military Families Month is November. I think that we hear a lot about veterans only having one day. They also the state legislature raises the pay for county officials. There is no way for a county official to raise, we can't raise our own salaries. That was voted on by the state legislature. It's required for the state legislature to vote on pay raises for county officials, so we had nothing to do with the change in salary. And just to clarify the current situation with COVID vaccinations, the FDA has fully approved Pfizer Moderna vaccines. That was February of 2022. That was a monovalent. Please do not speak while I'm speaking. And in April 18th of 2023, both Pfizer and Moderna bivalent vaccines received full FDA approval. So I just wanted to clarify the record there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on. If we can, if we can just take a pause here. We'll wait for Supervisor Christie to come back, or maybe take like a 2-minute kind of break. And if whoever would like to leave can do that now.
Why don't we?
Thank you,
Madam Chair. Why don't
Supervisor
we take
Bronson.
about a 10-minute break, and then because we've got 11 o'clock.
We have we'll take a 5-minute because we have a couple people that are here on other items. So I wanted to thank you. All right. Y'all here? Okay, I think we're gonna go ahead and get started. We do have an item time certain, item number 31. And that is a report on findings and recommendations for initial appearances. Turn this over to Administrator Lesher.
My budget materials. Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, members of the board. As you recall, earlier this year, we tabled the discussions at that time for the IGA regarding initial appearances. Judge Bergen and the folks from the court were working with a variety of work groups to address a variety of issues that have been brought up by the NAACP and others. And Judge Bergen is here. I would like him to then explain what's coming on, what is the plan at this point, what has been happening with the work groups over the last many months, and the plan to move forward, if we could.
Thank you. Judge Bergen.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Madam Chair, board members, Ms. Lesher, Madam Clerk. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk with you. And our request today is for an extension of the Intergovernmental Agreement, or the IGA, in support of our initial appearance program. I wanted to start by talking about what the IGA is and what it is not. Now, the IGA is in support of our initial appearance program, and it's a fee-sharing agreement. It's not requesting money, but it simply is identifying who's responsible for the expense in support of the initial appearance program that we've had in place for nearly 20 years. And I will tell you, it is highly respected throughout the state, and I think that is reflected in the fact that Tony Riojas, the judge, our presiding judge at City Court, is the primary judge responsible for training our judges across the state on initial appearances. So it's a highly effective program, and it is highly respected. What the IGA is not, is it is not an outline of the administration of our initial appearance program. It is not requesting permission or authority to go forward with the way we administer the program, and that makes sense. I think we all know that our United States Constitution, our state constitution, recognizes the court as an independent third branch of government with sole responsibility for how it administers its business, including initial appearances. But I think we also recognize that Pima County's court system in particular is recognized as forward-thinking, as innovative, both locally, throughout the state, and nationally. I think you're all aware of how many, of how many courts from other states come here to see what we're doing because we do it so well. And I think we do it well because we listen and we act where there is proven need to change. And so in conjunction with that, and in part in response to the conversations we've had about our initial appearance program, we put together a work group that is wide-ranging. It has many voices on it. It includes members from not only the Superior Court, including our judges, court administration, our pretrial services division. It includes members from the county attorney's office, members from public defense services. It includes members from our city court and from Sahuarita to recognize a non-municipal court, not municipal court, an outside rural type of court. It includes national advisors from the Organization of Center for Effective Public Policy and Advancing Pretrial Policy and Research, and then of course it includes members from our Pima County government. And this work group has done amazing work in a short period of time, meeting twice a month over the past year. And what I'd like to share with you are the recommendations that they've put to the court as an advisory committee, and to summarize those for you. I'm going to be moving fast because I don't want to take up too much of your busy schedule today. But the first recommendation, in which I consider to be priority one, and I'll tell you why, is the data collection and reporting recommendation. Now, the reason I consider this to be number one is because when we make changes and when we improve our system, it's based upon data, evidence, and ways that we can identify those areas that need improvement, and we can target the ways we improve because the data tells us that's what will be effective. So what the work group has recommended are 5 areas for data collection. Those areas are looking at those who have been detained preventatively and are unable to secure release due to a financial condition of bail. The second group is those arrested for misdemeanors who are detained on bail. The third group are those arrested on 1 or more violent felonies. The fourth group are those who are arrested on felonies, released to pretrial services, and reoffend during that time of oversight. And the last group is the arrested for misdemeanors who have financial bail imposed, but they're unable to meet their financial or to honor their bond within 1 day, 3 days, or 7 days. Further recommendation is that that data be collected and broken down by race and ethnicity. These are all very important data points. And our work group says that we can do this. We need to do this, but it will require an expansion of our pretrial services team. Makes some sense. It's adding additional data to our team. Fortunately, it's not, in the scheme of things, a heavy lift. The estimated expense, and I need to express, I am not asking for any funding today. These are estimated expenses because I want you to be fully aware of what might be associated with what we bring forward in the future. The estimated expense is about $150,000, and that would include a statistician, a statistical officer supported by 2 clerks. So 3 additional members into the data collection area of pretrial services. With that data, we can make changes and move forward targeted on areas that need improvement if they exist. The second area that I'd like to talk about, and this is going to take a little time, is electronic monitoring. And the reason it's going to take some time is that electronic monitoring appears very straightforward. I think we all recognize what it is. It's a GPS device worn as a bracelet, and it's able to track movement. But it's very complicated. And the reason it's complicated is, one reason is specific to Arizona, but one nationally recognized is that the data is so limited on the effectiveness of electronic monitoring. The data suspects that we can't tell how effective it is because many jurisdictions, if not most jurisdictions, use it in an untargeted manner. It's available for anything. And judges will tell you that it's, I've heard it referred to as my feel-good option. I've got a group over here that says hold them. I've got a group over here that says release them. And I can do a little bit of both. I can release but restrict movement. But it's not looking at whether it's affecting anything positively. So our work group took a deeper dive into the limited data, and they found that with electronic monitoring, if you focus it on those individuals that have restrictions on movement, there may be positive effect on failures to appear and subsequent arrests. And so the group they identified for our first group to use for electronic monitoring is felony domestic violence, which makes sense. It is typical that a defendant who's released or with a domestic violence issue has restriction on movement. You're not allowed to contact people. You're not allowed to go places. And electronic monitoring helps with that. Now, here's the second complicating factor with electronic monitoring that is specific to Arizona. We also have a statute that says if there's a felony electronic monitoring program available, it must include defendants on release who have sexual assault charges. It's more specific and broader than that, but I think that's the term that we can understand. So we would be required to include those individuals into any program that moves forward. The combined population of domestic violence felony on release and sexual assault felony on release is about 350 individuals. The equipment and programming alone is about $110 a month per defendant. But the further recommendation of the work group is that if we're going to do this and if we're going to monitor these individuals, it needs to be a fairly low ratio of defendants to pretrial officers, 30-1. But the reason is because you've got to monitor. You've got to watch people that are on electronic monitoring. It's going to take a lot more bodies. And you've got to watch those individuals. So when you add in the individuals, the increase of pretrial services, and the recommendation is 2 new teams, that's 12 officers and 2 supervisors, combined with the other expenses and recognizing the 350 group, It's a $1.2 million annual investment. We know that's a big investment, and this has to be done right if we're going to do it well. So further discussion needs to take place. And we're continuing to analyze not only the best way to administer this program, but also how to respond to those who violate. So we're going to have further information coming forward. The next recommendation is on pretrial services monitoring and supervision. And let me give you the background a little bit of how important this one is. This one goes hand in hand with the ongoing discussion about whether we should treat money bond in a different way. And this is a statewide, well, actually it's a national discussion, but I know it's statewide. And our prosecutors have been very, very direct and have said, we would be more open to the idea of lower bond, not using bond to hold someone, if pretrial services was more robust, if we had a higher level of confidence that these individuals were being watched closely. And so the recommendation is for our pretrial services department to be beefed up, to use a term, and to include peer support. What that would do is it would allow our pretrial services department, when individuals are released to them, to have more face-to-face meetings, more visits to the individuals. And peer support is becoming a nationally recognized, highly effective way for our pretrial services department to interact with the defendants. And here's why. Those are individuals who have had contact with the judicial system and who have carried with them the substance abuse issues and the mental health issues, and they've successfully gotten through it. And if they're able to interact with defendants and say, I've been in that hole and I've found my way out, it is a very effective message because they come with saying, I've been there, I've done it. And so if we're able to add that to our team, it makes us even more effective on how we're able to get these people back into society eventually and productive. But it would take an increase again of our pretrial services department on those that are overseeing the general group. The recommendation is for 5 additional members with 3 peer support. The cost associated with that is about $575,000 on an annual basis. This would allow us to reduce our ratio to 85 defendants to 1 pretrial services officer and would have peer support available. We think this is a very exciting recommendation that we're looking to move forward on. Finally, we have bail decisions and outcomes. I'm going to spend very little time on this because there is a state work group who's looking at these issues, and they're presenting next week, I believe, to a commission that's going to recommend to the Supreme Court. And it includes almost identical recommendations as we have here. Those include a new matrix in how bail decisions are evaluated and put in place, along with a bail quality assurance program. The bail quality assurance program would be similar to the work group. It would be wide-ranging. It would be an advisory group to the committee or to the courts. It would include Superior Court, Tucson City Court, rural or non-metropolitan court, public defense services, the county attorney's office, victim advocacy, law enforcement, and a peer support type of individual, all within that to evaluate what we're doing, how we're doing it, and relying on the data we've now collected to make recommendations on moving forward. Those are the highlights of the recommendations for our work group. I am excited about the work they've done. It sounds like most people are. We're also in support of that, recommending the extension of the IGA. This will give us an opportunity that if we need to modify how fees are shared, we can do that. But it also gives us an opportunity to come back and talk more about this. With that, I can take any questions. Should you have any?
Thank you, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And Judge Bergen, thank you for the report and the obviously serious and substantive work that the work group is doing. I wanted to take you back to when the board was first discussing this matter. Yes. And I don't see this issue that I'm about to mention addressed in the work group report, but it was something that got a lot of attention from you, from others who were interested in this topic, certainly from the board, which is dealing with the big problem of people who fail to appear. And I wonder if that issue, which was, again, very, very serious and very substantial when this was first brought up to the board, how has the work group addressed that large issue of failure to appear?
And Madam Chair and Supervisor Scott, it is encompassed within the recommendations they made for it. I don't believe you can focus directly on just failure to appear across the board. I mean, there are some individuals that simply are not going to cooperate and engage. But the value is looking for ways in which those who are on release can be motivated to appear. I think the real debate was, it boils down to, I'm sorry, I exhale because it becomes so complicated, because it's part of the discussion of bail and bond reform. Do we issue a bond, a money bond, for purposes of holding and ensuring someone's going to appear? When bond, by our statute and Constitution, tells us it should be set to assure appearance, but at the lowest level that's achievable to be released. And that becomes a whole discussion of, well, if people aren't appearing, then shouldn't we be increasing bond? The debate then becomes, what can we do to better improve, like peer support, to encourage people to appear? And secondly, should the discussion be money bond being increased, or should it just be detention versus release? It's a much bigger discussion. That's ongoing actually on a statewide basis and even beyond the nation, and those are ongoing discussions, because one of the options, and I'm not going to go too much further on this, but one of the options are what we call preventative detention or no bond hearings. And there's a lot involved with that, where the prosecutor can come forward and say this person just should not be considered for bond. But there are statutory and constitutional definitions as to what you have to show in order to achieve that. And the recommendations or the discussion so far, on a statewide level and locally, is that that's a little unclear to us. And the level of proof that's necessary, it makes it very difficult for our prosecutors to make that decision on a short-term basis, and initial appearances are short. So they're looking at how can we rework the statutory and constitutional definitions of that in order to make no bond decisions a little more clear. Sure. I hope that answered your question.
I want to make sure that I'm understanding it fully. You're saying that the work group certainly was taking that overarching issue into consideration.
They are.
It's not only woven into your recommendations, but you're also waiting to hear what comes out of that work group that's been formed by the Arizona Supreme Court.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, yes, with a caveat. I don't want to give the impression that the work group wasn't talking specifically about this. They were, and I've received information on that, but it's unclear. There aren't recommendations arising out of it because of the challenges that we've talked about so far. So in addition to the statewide group, our work group is continuing to work on the issue. It's just they haven't come forward with a particular recommendation. I hope. Does that answer your question,
It does, sir. Thank you. And
Thank you.
If I could, Chair Grijalva, I not only had another question for Judge Bergen, but I had one for Ms. Lesher as well. I had some more questions about electronic monitoring, but I think you answered most of the questions that I had in your presentation. You mentioned that the work group is engaging in ongoing evaluation of electronic monitoring. You also mentioned that the data on electronic monitoring across the country is not that great because it's often used in an untargeted manner. You've mentioned why felony domestic violence is an excellent candidate for electronic monitoring. Is the work group going to be looking at other jurisdictions that are making more targeted use of electronic monitoring, or have you already?
The work group, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott. The work group has been working with the national advisory individuals that I identified at the beginning, who in part, that is one of their areas of expertise. And they have the limited data that's available. So I'm being pretty specific in answering your question. They've read all the data that's available and have summaries of it, which talk about jurisdictions in different regions, as well as different municipalities and how they're using that. It's very limited at this time. To be candid, it appears to me that Pima County, in moving forward with this recommended electronic monitoring program, would be one of the more targeted, one of the first to really be utilizing it in a way that's targeted on particular populations and with a focus on collecting the data to ensure that it's moving forward in a way that's effective. So it's a very big lift. It's a very big program, and I think they've gotten their arms around fuzzy outlines, but those need to be defined much more directly and more fully. So it's going to probably take, I envision, another year to finalize what the program would look like and probably update the expenses associated with it. But it's promising work so far. I hope that answered that.
Very much so. Thank you. And then, Ms. Lesher, when we've had presentations earlier from Mr. Holmes about what the work that's going on out at the annex, the new transition center, there's been references to what we are proposing in terms of changes to pretrial services. And I anticipated, knowing what the work group was going to be focusing on, that they were also going to be talking about pretrial services. Similarly, Dr. Garcia was kind enough to set up a meeting for me with Ms. Pereira and the staff in behavioral health that are overseeing our INVEST program. And I'm seeing a lot of parallels between what the INVEST program is doing and these peer navigators that Judge Bergen spoke about. Could the board get some kind of crosswalk document that shows what we're proposing with pretrial services and INVEST and what the court work groups are proposing? Because he's not asking for money now, but he may down the road. I just would like to see some kind of, as I said, crosswalk document so we can see the parallels between what we've been talking about and what the work group is talking about.
And if I may, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, we'd be glad to get that to you. Please be assured that we have been working with pretrial services, and we have Domingo from their staff as well, and our staff, and I think there has been a lot of collaboration at this point, but we will make sure that you see the summary of all that.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Of course, thank you.
I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that you acknowledge that there's obviously some room for improvement in the processes, and that it's really not under our purview as the supervisors to sort of guide that process. But we did receive a memo yesterday from our county attorney, Laura Conover, requesting that we approve the IGA with the 8 recommendations and listed 3 additional other ones. And one of them was to request the court report on vetting process for magistrates appointed to conduct IA hearings, including a minimum and other qualifications, request the court report on its IA training process, including training materials, and revisit this item January 2024 after supervisors have had a chance to analyze the December 23 report recommended by County Administrator Lesher. I'm wondering if you could address whether that's something that the courts would be willing to collaborate and work on together, considering that we're hearing from our community on a regular basis the condition of the jail. We're hearing about the overpopulation. We're hearing from our partners at TPD and the Sheriff's Department on a regular basis about concerns. So I think we're all trying to address the same issue. How we get there is sort of one of the questions.
That's great. Thank you, Chair Grijalva. It's going to sound like I'm sidestepping your question, but I'm not, even though I'm legally trained, and that's what I'm saying. But what I'm going to say is that we've received and reviewed Ms. Conover's letter as well, which has been referred to our work group. And I am relying on the work group to make their recommendations and then taking steps from there. And the reason for that is I highly respect this group, and I recognize that their voices are important in telling me areas that I may not be seeing candidly. So my initial reaction to the requests may not be what the work group says. But I don't think it's going to take a long time for them to review it, make recommendations, and come to me, and then we'd make a decision at that point. But it's certainly, I see the value in what's being requested, and we will take steps to evaluate that.
And do you have representatives from the Sheriff's Department or TPD as part of your work group?
Well, not, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
you.
but not at this point. They are being added at this stage. It's been sort of a phased-in group of let's define what we're talking about. Now let's get an even broader group to talk about how we're going to lift it off the ground. So it is happening. It has not occurred at this time, but that's the next step.
Do you anticipate when we might? Because I do think that our law enforcement partners are really critical in helping us to understand what happens when they're bringing someone into the jail to be processed, like what that looks like. And I've heard both from Sheriff Nanos and from Chief Kazmar have meetings with the chief at least once a month talking about, what are some of the concerns and the fact that everyone is short-staffed. But if you're going to take someone to be processed at the jail, that 3 to 4 hours is kind of a bottleneck there, and we have to figure out a solution. And the other piece of it that hasn't totally been addressed in some of the recommendations that I see is the feedback from the community that surrounds the jail, and that the 24-hour release makes it really difficult because we won't have community partners there 24/7 to be able to help provide support. And so you have people that sort of wander out into the community at, midnight without any real services or anywhere to go.
Yeah. And I'm hoping I followed your question, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. Some of the issues you've raised, if not all of them right now in that particular issue, may fall to a different group that Mr. Holmes apparently has talked to this group before. And we're involved with that and with the discussions on that. That's not necessarily directly involved with the work group itself. However, the information is certainly shared with each other. I hope I didn't misunderstand that you were asking the timing of when law enforcement would be included within that. Thank you. My anticipation is that is the next step. I believe it's going to be within the next few meetings, probably before the fall. I don't have a specific answer for you. I can provide that to you, but I'm certain that there is a timeline in place, and it is the very next step.
I know that I speak for my colleagues. I think that we would all appreciate more information, because the last time we spoke about this item, it was like there's going to be a work group, and that was 16 months ago. And now it's like we're going to go ahead and ask for another extension. When we talked about it 16 months ago, we hadn't had an IGA in place for 2 or 3 years, 10 years.
No. I'm sorry.
No, it was 3. It was 2 or 3, I thought. Yep. We've had it in place for 10 years, but there was a lapse. Right. We didn't have a current IGA.
Yes,
so for me, I just think it's really important for us to provide the support needed, but we get on a regular basis calls and demands from our constituents that I'm happy to share some of the transcripts with you if you'd like to see. But I think they have very legitimate concerns. And, when we go to neighborhood association meetings, that's a #1 topic for all of the neighborhoods in that area. So considering that District 5 represents most of that community, we hear about it every month.
And Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Can he respond, Judge Bergen, and then I'll call on you.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Bronson. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I don't want the impression that we haven't been working during the time that the IGA has not been in place. And I need to emphasize again, and the reason for my opening comments were that I see the IGA and the work group as separate and distinct. I don't see the IGA as the proper vehicle for the discussion. Nevertheless, it started the analysis for the work groups, and we were proud of that work, and we're invested in that work going forward. You said that you received comments. I encourage you to get those comments to our work group if you feel that they're appropriate for evaluation. We are open and encouraging comments because we only know what we hear and what we see, and then we can work from that, combined with the data that's going to tell us what is and what is not an area for improvement.
Well, thank you. The next
Thank you.
update that you provide us, if you can put, what email or however we can get
Sure.
some information to that work group would be appreciated.
We
Thanks.
will do that.
Supervisor Bronson.
Thank you.
Actually, the judge just answered my question. And then just as a follow-up, so today, because this doesn't look like an action item, but you want us to continue the existing, or I'll get it to Ms. Lesher. What action, if any, should we take today?
There are a variety of recommendations, I think, that we're looking at with some continued discussion, et cetera. And the final request for you to approve the intergovernmental agreement for a period not to exceed 1 year.
Okay, then I'll make that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Hines.
Quickly to clarify, is this without the 3 additional ones that were recommended by Laura Conover, or with them, or some sort of contingency, like if the work group says so, then they don't have to come back to us?
So I would prefer with that we pass it with the 3 recommendations to go to the work group, as Judge Bergen indicated, and then we get some information back. None of these are requests. It's not, none of them are demands. I mean, respectfully, we can't do that. But I mean, I do want to say that this is really the only vehicle for us as a board to be able to have some sort of input in this. And so while I understand that this is just a cost share, I mean, it does come to this body for that reason. I do also, before we vote, I have Dr. Meeks here from the NAACP, and I know that she's participating in this group, and I'm wondering if you wanted to come up and say a few words.
Chair Grijalvo, while speakers.
Yes.
Just to clarify, the item is really about the recommendations of the work group. If the IGA is going to be extended for a year, that document needs to come back to the board.
Okay, so we're not approving the IGA, we're just putting in the recommendations? Let's let Dr. Meeks speak, and then you all chit-chat about that. Thank you. Dr. Meeks.
Thank you so much, Chair Grijalva and Board of Supervisors. My comments may be premature, but I want to come to you this morning with gratitude and say thank you for your serious consideration of some of the concerns that the NAACP Tucson branch brought to you over 15 months ago. We are grateful that we are addressing this, and I'm very pleased with this robust discussion that's been happening. We are pleased to see that in response to your request, the Superior Court has submitted a proposed new intergovernmental agreement that will have a duration of just 1 year to ensure the issues and concerns that we brought to your attention will not be forgotten. We also are pleased that the new IGA provides that Superior Court judges will be handling initial appearances on nights, weekends, and holidays. In addition, we are very pleased with presiding Superior Court Judge Bergen's memorandum to you all that calls for the collection of data on bail, and we are especially excited that there will be data collection based on race and ethnicity. That's something that was incredibly important to us. We hope that you will allocate all funding necessary now or into the future to implement the data collection and reporting project, as well as all the other services outlined by Judge Bergen's memorandum. We believe the funding estimates are relatively modest, but the return on investment will be significant in terms of enhanced public safety, reduced recidivism, and justice for pretrial defendants. We thank you again for your ongoing and gracious consideration for all of these important issues, and we also want to express our appreciation for the active involvement of County Administrator Jan Lesher. Thank you so much. So all of this is to say thank you because I know I've been in these meetings and watched these meetings, and sometimes you all don't, folks will come to you with concerns and complaints, but we don't come back to you very often to say thank you, or we see the progress that is being made. And so I am here today to say thank you for taking this seriously. This is certainly going to impact our community, and we are grateful for the work that you all are doing, grateful for the work group, and just thank you for keeping this going. And we look forward to this to the continued discussion, and hope that this will not be forgotten and we can get this done in the appropriate time frame.
Thank you, Dr. Meeks. Anybody have questions for Dr. Meeks?
No, I mean,
Oh,
at this point, what are we doing?
Hang on just a second. Supervisor Scott, you had a question?
I actually had a question for Supervisor Bronson. Was your motion to approve the 4 recommendations in the county administrator's memo dealing, they say, receive and review the recommendations provided, approve the continuation of the work groups, and request a submission to the Board of Supervisors and County Administrator by December 29. That was number 1.
The answer is yes.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Then, yeah, that was what I seconded.
Now I
Just wanted to
want
be clear.
to, what are we doing at this point? If we can approve the continuation.
Okay, Administrator Lesher or legal counsel?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson. So we can, the board can approve the IGA today, subject just to Civil Division's review, approval as to form and authority,
Okay.
which is sort of a formality, but I want to make sure that's stated on the record.
Okay, then I will amend my motion to so approve. So we're approving the extension and then accepting your report.
Judge Madam Chair, may I, and I appreciate Dr. Grimes' comments before, but I do need to make one clarification of her statement. She mentioned that within the IGA, and she referred to it as a new one, what's new about it is the date. There really aren't any changes to it. And she mentioned that Superior Court judges would be doing the weekends, nights, and holidays. I want to make sure there's not a misperception. As I said, this is a fee-sharing agreement. What the agreement says is that in Section 1, it talks about Superior Court will be providing judges, including special commissioners, which includes city magistrates and pro tem judicial officers. In Section 4.1, it then says the Superior Court will be providing the judicial officers for night, weekends, and holidays. That includes the special commissioners. It's a fee sharing. It's saying that the Superior Court will be responsible for that expense. It's not saying that the appointed judges within Superior Court will be doing that work. In fact, that's not what would be happening. I didn't want any misperception of what's going forward.
Okay. Would the maker and the seconder be willing to amend their motion to include the 3 points that Judge Bergen said would be going to a work group, ideally, that were recommended by our county attorney, Conover? I don't
think it needs to be, but I have no objection. It is up to the court, really.
No, I
not the
understand.
County attorney.
No, I understand that. But I would feel, because they are requests for information, and for us as the board to revisit this item after we receive the report, December 2023.
Judge, what's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bronson, I think I stated earlier that we always value the input from this board. The recommendations are going to go forward to the work group. If you wish to have a formal notice of your support of that or your recommendation for that.
So you have no objection?
I have no objection whatsoever.
Great. Thank you.
I'm fine with that as well, and just would encourage my colleagues to go to the bottom of page 3 of Ms. Lesher's memo that's attached to this item, because the motion addresses all 4 of those recommendations, and one of them that we haven't talked about is that the county, it's the third one, that the county administrator continues to work with the city, because this agreement has to go back to the city as well. So thank you, Supervisor Bronson, for incorporating all those recommendations.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, Dr. Meeks. Okay. Now we go back. Okay, now I believe we are on item 6. It's final budget hearing and truth and taxation hearings. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to County Administrator Lesher to give us an overall review, I believe, of the budget.
Very briefly, thank you, Chair Grijalva. Just a reminder, what you have before you today is the final approval of the budget. We have tentative approval of this same document at this point, focusing on really some of the key issues of the justice and law enforcement. We're hearing more of that again today. Financial stability, critical infrastructure. I do want to note that there's, I believe, and I know the Deputy County Administrator DeBonis will correct me, $43 million for road improvements and construction. You're looking at a budget of slightly over $1.7 billion, including about 4,100 FTE. The majority of that, justice and law, are 3,542. So you can see where the focus really of this budget is. It is, if you look at the various areas, and there are a variety of motions to be made for various budgets today, the overall impact, it's a combined county property tax increase of 0.0396 cents, or a combined rate change of less than 1%, about 3/4%. And that simply is the review, very quickly, of what the board did approve a few months ago. How the chair would like to, we start with, as I mentioned, there's about 10 items that relate to various elements of the budget that would require individual action. The first being the item 6, the truth and taxation hearing. We would recommend, at that point, we do recommend this.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
the 6 or 7 items that are going to require action, there will be an opportunity for board members to comment on each of them or any of them.
Yes, absolutely, because there'll be individual items, so you'll have an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And there was one item that I wanted to discuss regarding the sustainability and conservation budget. There was 45,000 that I'd like to see in their budget, mostly related to monitoring environmental studies related to the multi-species conservation plan in accordance to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife protocols, and that there is, with an understanding that these funds could serve as leverage for grant funding purposes, and if for whatever reason the grant isn't approved, then that money would go back to the fund balance. Is that something that we can incorporate into this budget, or is that something that could come back at an upcoming meeting? Which would you prefer?
Chair Grijalva, I'm fine if it's incorporated at this point. It is a $45,000 supplemental request. We had not approved it at this point simply because the department is under budget by much more than that, and we felt they could include it. But easily to identify $45,000 from fund balance to be allocated to this, if it's the direction of the board, I'd recommend that motion to amend whatever motions.
Yeah, I think the issue is that there are a couple of positions that are not filled, and so I want to make sure that this funding is specific for the environmental studies and for leverage, is like a match for other grant opportunities. So,
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Is this the appropriate time to make comments, or should we wait till each category?
I was just asking logistically where this would, if I make the request, where it would go in. I think that if it's going to be a move from fund balance, that's something that I could bring back in an upcoming item.
I have.
So, if that's,
Pardon me, Madam Chair, I would say, as part of item 18, you're looking at the final budget for the year, an amendment.
Okay,
could be
thank you.
proposed at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so do we want to continue to move forward with the hearings, and then if you have individual items, we can discuss them at that time? Okay, great. So now we are on item 6. This is a truth and taxation hearing pursuant to ARS 4217104 and 4217107. The Board of Supervisors will conduct a public hearing on the proposed expenditures and Pima County's intent to raise the primary property taxes over the next year. Do we have any cards for this public hearing? Okay, so what I'll do is, do we? It's, oh, okay.
On the addendum?
It's a speaker card regarding the Sheriff's Department budget. That's item 5 on the addendum. So we'll hold on to that one. Okay, so having no cards or speakers for this item, I move to close the Truth and Taxation public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We need a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Thank you. So now we're going to go ahead and move to the Board of Supervisors sitting at other boards. This is item number 7 is a hearing pursuant to ARS 48-254 to conduct a public hearing on the proposed expenditures on the district's intent to raise the secondary property taxes over the next year's level. I'll go ahead and, do we have any cards? You'll just let me know if we have a card, right? So I'll move to close the public hearing, and then for item number 8 is the flood control.
No, I'll second, and now we
Yeah.
have to have a roll call.
Okay, we'll move to close the public hearing. I was going to try to put those together, but that's okay. We'll do one at a time. So we'll go ahead and have a motion, a second. Any discussion, objection? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 5-0. Now we're on item 8. This is a hearing, flood control district final budget for the fiscal year 23-24. This is for resolution number 2023-FC1. This, I'll move to, any discussion? Okay, I'll go ahead and move to adopt the flood control final budget in the amount of $17,612.53, no, $612.53, sorry. 17,612,053 with an effective tax rate of 0.3253 and adopt resolution number 2023-FC1. I'll move that.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Oh, roll call. This is like going to kill me with the roll call.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes unanimously. Now we're on Improvement District Board. If we have no one to speak to this item, I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing and adopt the Improvement District final budget as presented and adopt resolution number 2023-23, resolution number 2023-27, and resolution number 2023-30. I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
Well, and the street lighting district.
I'll have a second. It's
No,
as,
you
go
have
ahead.
to, it's all of them.
It's as presented, yes.
Okay.
I won't go through each individual one. It's all the street lighting as presented there. So I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes unanimously. Now we're at the Library District. I believe we can do item 10 and 11. This is to move to close the public hearing and adopt the library final budget in the amount of $46,249,939 with an effective tax rate of 0.5493 and adopt resolution number 2023-LD1. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Bronson.
I will not be voting for this. As much as I love our library system, we have a half-cent increase in property taxes to fund early childhood education. That's simply not a function of the library. We can't fix our roads. That money should be going to our primary responsibility, the responsibility of this board, which is frankly fixing our roads under the Department of Transportation. So reluctantly, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no. Now we're on to item 12, Rocking K budget hearing. I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt the Rocking K South Community Facilities District final budget in the amount of $4,879,332 and adopt resolution number 2023-RK2.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. I move the item.
Supervisor Christie.
Sorry, Christie. Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Item passes 5-0. Now we're on item 13. This is a Stadium District budget hearing. I move to close the public hearing and adopt the Stadium District final budget in the amount of $8,826,776 and adopt resolution number 2023-SD1. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now, item 14, Wildflower budget hearing. I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt the Wildflower Community Facilities final budget in the amount of $0 and adopt resolution number 2023-WCFD1. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 5-0. And now we're on sitting as the Board of Supervisors. Board of Supervisors, item 15. I'll move to close the public hearing and adopt the final budget in the amount of $1,760,492,343 with an effective tax rate of 5.1048 and adopt resolution number 2023-22. I'll go ahead and move the item. And Supervisor Scott seconds. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw a reference to the County Administrator's June 7th memorandum entitled The Financial Forecast for Period 10, where she outlines briefly some expenditures, revenues, and key areas where are kind of like red flags or signal flags of what we can expect budget-wise. My office has continued to look for ways to keep our promise of just fixing the roads. And upon reviewing this county administrator's memo of June 7th, it appears that approximately $64 million has been programmed for 1,009 positions within the county. And all of the 1,009 positions within the county, and all those positions, out of all those positions, 1/3 of them, as of May 30, remain vacant. So roughly 1/3 of those positions have also remained vacant, not only remained vacant, but have been vacant for over 180 days. So my question to our county administrator, which is a couple of them, if a position has remained vacant for at least 6 months, how essential is that position? And what is the likelihood of those positions being filled in the next year?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, some of those positions, let me step back a moment. And as you know, we've been watching the amount of time a position has been open. We sweep positions that have been open for 360 days or more. We look very closely at the positions open 180 days. Some of them are very necessary positions that we have been unsuccessful in filling. If we have individuals, and I'm not sure exactly which of the positions you might be talking about, but we do have individuals in some of our departments, I think, wastewater as an example, transportation, flood control district, where the requirement for the position is a fairly high-level engineer, and we keep them open, and we keep trying to find those positions. And that's why they still remain open. We do work with both the finance department as well as HR and the departments to look at every one of those positions that's been open, because that continues to be part of the concern. If a position's been open that long, do you still need it? Those that we can, we sweep. Those that remain needed by the county but unable to be filled at this point, we look at what we can do to expand the recruitment efforts.
Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, I'm just basically hearkening back to my private sector days, that if a job was unfulfilled after 6 months, it really becomes evident that it's not essential. But you even brought up the subject about it. You're not familiar with what jobs or positions I'm referring to. That leads me to my second question, because your breakout on your memorandum of the amount of money budgeted for general fund departments and non-general fund departments, it's unclear where the 33% of those long-term vacancies exist within those two categories. Do you know what that information might be?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I do not have it with me. It's part of what I believe is the weekly email that we send to all the board that shows vacancies by department, as well as the number of days that those vacancies have been open. My question is if it's every Monday or if we do it every other Monday following the pay period, but that is what we share with the board so that we see exactly where the vacancies are and how long they've been open in each department.
So is it broken down in those reports?
Yes, sir, it is. I'm just confirming that. Yes, it is. I don't have one with me, but again, we send them out regularly, and I'm happy to make sure that the board gets those sent again.
And that line of questioning leads me to my last question. Would it be reasonable then to take a third of those vacancies from the general fund positions, which would result in a potential amount of $13 million that could be allocated to the road repair plan in fiscal year 23-24?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we allocate those vacancy savings into the fund balance. One of the ways that we accrue the fund balance is by looking at the vacancies and the vacancy savings. Obviously, while we know that positions are open, they have been budgeted, and since they are not filled, we believe, and simply when people turn over, it takes a little while, so not every cent of every position is paid for the course of the year. And that, whatever vacancy savings accrue there now, move into the equation to help with the fund balance. I'm turning to our Chief Financial Officer if there's something that would be helpful to add to that. Ms. Moulton.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we can provide that level of breakdown that you want. I believe that of the roughly 600 general fund department positions, over 100 of them are in the sheriff's department, and another 100 plus are in the courts as well. So if you were to take a third, you would be severely cutting into those two areas, but I can certainly provide that information to you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, in your memorandum, it says the annualized budgeted costs, salaries, and benefits of those 1,009 positions is approximately $64 million. And we're focusing on just a portion of that, the general fund departments, and not touching the other non-general fund departments. And we're coming up with $13 million. Is this money that's already spent?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, it is not spent, it is accruing in the fund balance.
So what we're proposing is that since you have all these jobs that are remaining vacant for 180 days, 6 months at least, there's I'm sure a good discussion whether or not they are essential, and to take the savings that's been budgeted for those positions that have still remained unfulfilled and applying for 1 year, a portion of that 61 or $64 million, roughly 13 million towards roads. Wouldn't that be a reasonable way to ensure that we keep our promise to make sure the roads get repaired?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, a couple of questions in that. Again, I've mentioned there's 43 million for roads. I believe that should the board wish to reallocate a portion of vacancy savings from the fund balance, which is where we allocate it now, to another item, is simply it's a policy direction of the board.
And at what time would a motion to do just that take place?
I would suggest it would be at this point.
Madam Chair, I'd so move.
Can you specify what you are moving?
Yes, that.
Thank you.
That $13 million of general fund departments representing the portion of jobs that have remained vacant for 6 months or longer, the costs, the money being budgeted for that be reallocated to the road repair plan.
Okay, so you move that item, and Supervisor Bronson, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to indicate why I'm going to vote no on that. I think that there hasn't been, just based on what Ms. Moulton discussed on the vacancies and what budgets they're in, I think that we could have a lot of unintended consequences, negative consequences to the function of the county. So I just want to explain why I'll be voting no. So can I ask for
Chair Grijalva?
Supervisor Scott?
I agree with what you just said, especially given what Ms. Moulton said about the potential impact on both the courts and the sheriff's department. But I would like to request from her through Ms. Lesher that we do get the numbers that she had indicated in response to Supervisor Christie could be made available to the board.
Thank you. We will get that to you.
And again, the time frame is just for 1 year.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes?
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
No.
Chair Grijalva?
No, item fails 3-2. Okay, with Supervisors Christie and Bronson voting in favor. Okay, we do actually have well, we're back to the original motion, but I do realize that we have a speaker card for the budget hearing, and I think it says specifically sheriffs, but this is where that speaker would speak because it's the final budget adoption. And so if I can call up Michael Thompson.
I don't know if you folks have heard of Correction Corporation of America, but they...
Hold on just a moment. There's a phone call.
Welcome to WebEx. Press 1 to connected.
What?
You're muted. You can press *6 anytime to unmute yourself.
We're having a little
Technical difficulties.
technical issues. WebEx lost their...
Actually, it's sort of
You're
amusing.
being asked to
Need an IT guy?
You're unmuted.
Are we okay? Can we move forward? Okay, we'll start all over again. Go ahead.
Real quickly, Correction Corporation of America can get federal, state, and local contracts, and there'll be a nonpartisan group for you if you're willing to open up stuff. Because of the fact that, in my opinion, I will be speaking to the EPA, you have a, as I said before, a mold and asbestos issue there, and I wanted to thank you for helping me get the breathing treatments that I needed while I was there. So that being said, also officers are pretty much easy moding their shifts. There's not enough officers, and no day rooms, there's no stuff. You've got a tablet on there that also has all the cyber works that you need, and they shut it down the next day. So bringing in Pima Community College isn't going to be anything extra than CyberWorks is already providing through Viapath. There is also a room in the jail in One Gulf. There's a whole bunch of rooms that are open in there. And you need to understand that a lot of folks are frustrated, and there's a lot of money that can be done for these folks. But anyway, I'm concerned about that jail. I'm concerned that flooding has happened, that people are flushing things down the toilet, that you don't have a dolphin sludge separator like you should have for these buildings. So if you're going to build a new building, make sure that it's done right. And I know a guy, Jake Manila, who handles all the base contracts out there for everything being built. And they can be done through, you know, your green building design that you guys like to have, and it can be done properly. I believe that they need to come in and bring an environmental group to spray out that jail and clean out all the filtration systems and stuff so that people don't have these issues with breathing and other medical issues. NAF care is also an issue. They're underworked, or they're overworked and underpaid, not enough nurses, not enough doctors. They use nurse practitioners, which is fine, but when the VA recommends medication for a person, they should have a liaison within the courts and within the jail within Superior Court, within the probation department for all veterans that are in your services. So Sheriff's Department's a big issue. I understand that it's a big county. You guys have a large thing to do. You also have a jail out in Ajo. If you have an issue that pops up like that in the jail, it would be best for you to transfer people with medical issues out to Ajo so that they don't have to deal with the asbestos and mold that's in there. You've got officers in there also that have been there for 18 years, and, they're in there a long time. So maybe they need to go work for Parks and Rec for a while. Get some outside stuff, because they can become very violent with people in there because they've seen too much. And it has happened to several people, and it's sad. And if you need more folks, like I said, we can bring in Homeland Security to help out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I would like to move to close the public hearing and adopt the final budget in the amount of $1,760,492,343 with an effective tax rate of 5.1048 and adopt resolution number 2023-20-22.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Bronson?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no. And now we have item 16, debt service budget hearing. And so I move to close the public hearing and adopt the debt service final budget in the amount of $103,035,321 with an effective tax rate of 0.2200.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 5-0. We do have people from our audit that have just arrived, and I was told that after the budget, we would go to the audit, and we also have a time certain item. So do we want to do the 12 certain item? Okay. Remind me what the item number is. 50, we're going to move to item 53. And that is the Riito Racing Incorporated Amendment Number 4 to provide the non-exclusive operation of Riito Racetrack to extend the contract term to 6/30/24 and amend contract language. Contract amount is $89,000 in revenue. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move
the item.
So Supervisor Scott moved the item, Supervisor Bronson seconded. Discussion,
Chair Grijalva.
Go ahead, Supervisor Scott.
I wanted to thank Mr. DeBonis and Mr. Pereira because of the change to Section 11 rules, which says operators shall relocate any type of amplified music indoors to the clubhouse during racing events. Prior coordination and approval must be obtained from the Director of Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation for any type of outdoor music at least 10 business days prior to the event. I feel that change is responsive to concerns that we've heard from our constituents about noise at all Riito Regional Park events, but they also made some specific reference to racing days and some change in practice that we saw in recent racing days. I just wanted to, besides thanking Mr. DeMonis and Mr. Pereira for putting that in there, Mr. Pereira, could you give us an example of the type of outdoor music where you might be willing to offer approval if you were approached by Riito Racing?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes, thank you. For example, last year, Riito Park Foundation, Riito Racing had the Tucson Boys Symphony Choir perform at one of their race days. So that would be one example that would be approved at my level for a outdoor event during a race day event.
All right. Thank you. And then I'm sure, like my colleagues, our office has gotten a significant number of emails, phone calls, letters expressing concern about the health and safety of horses who are participating in racing. I don't know if there's anybody from Rito Racing present, but if you, Mr. Pereira, or Mr. DeBonis want to speak to what is being done to ensure the safety and health of horses participating in racing if we were to approve this contract.
Chair Grijalva, and if I may,
County Administrator Lesher.
Mr. Ackerley and Mr. True are here from the Rito Foundation, and they may want to speak to that item too.
Would you like to come up and speak to the item or the question? Because I, as you're coming up, I'll let you know that that is the same concern that we had. We had 7 horses die in 2022, and our office haven't received any. It's in the course of one season, and we haven't received an update or report about the cause. So.
My name is Ed Ackerley, and I'm the president of Rito Park Foundation. This is Russell True. He's the chairman. In 2023, we implemented Stride Safe, which is a microchip on the horse saddle blanket, and helped us with that. Russell can speak a little bit more to that since he's a little more horsey than I am. We report 0 fatalities in 2023, and there was some question about that, but there were no horse racetrack on the track breakdowns in 2023. And so our renowned equine wellness program, which is coordinated through the University of Arizona, and with Dan Fick, who is our chief steward, Michael Weiss, our general manager, there is a pretty sophisticated protocol for horses that are coming to the track who are tested by the veterinarians before they practice and before they run. And we do, obviously, the vets have the opportunity, and as well as the jockeys now have the ability to strike a horse from racing if there's any concern about safety of any kind. So do you want to talk a little bit about Stride Safe?
Chairman Grijalva and Supervisors Russell True. Stride Safe is a cutting-edge technology that goes under the saddle, and it is not meant to stop a horse in middle of a race. That's not rational. But what it is to go green, horses striding appropriately, yellow, concern, red, this horse needs to be examined in the future. This was used, this is the first place it's been used on quarter horses. It was used at Churchill both before the bad run at the Derby and also during the Derby. So this is technology that's definitely the leading edge of, and whether it really impacted our safety record, which was very fortunate this year, or it was really the equine wellness, which has been an established program where the vets are given a lot of power to strike horses even on intuition. And that happens. We have a very high scratch rate.
I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar. So the 2023 season, is that over, or it's through the calendar year?
No, that season is
over. I know you kept saying we
come and
didn't have
gone.
any, and I'm like,
yeah.
we're still in 2023,
Yeah.
so I was just asking about.
No, when we re-up, it'll be in 24.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can I ask for a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
No. Item passes 4-1. So now we'll go back to 20. Now we'll go back to 23. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. We have some auditors here. And so this is fiscal year 21-22 audit results, and we have a presentation by the Office of the Auditor General. Okay, thanks. Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, we have with us today representatives of the Auditor General's office. As part of their annual process, they do they audit the variety of the county's finances, budget, as well as the single audit that dealt with our grants, and they're here today to present their findings to you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. I am Lindsay Perry, the Auditor General. Thank you inviting us to your regular public meeting so that we could talk about the county's fiscal year 22 audit results. A little bit of background, if we could go to the next slide, please. The Auditor General's office, as many of you know, we're a legislative agency, but we are nonpartisan. So all of my staff is nonpartisan. I report to a joint legislative audit committee. It's comprised of 5 members on the House side and 5 members on the Senate side. We are independent. We provide information concerning state and local entities, including this county and all other counties. We also are well-versed in what we call governmental auditing standards. And these are standards promulgated by the United States Comptroller. So all auditors of state, local, federal governments use these same standards. You know, we're very, we call it the yellow book because it has a yellow cover. So we're very creative as auditors, but all auditors follow these same standards, and they certainly go through a number of things, such as auditor independence, qualifications, training, quality control, ethics, and a whole slew of other things. And so my office follows those as well. Our presentation today is in accordance with a 2021 state law. Actually, if we could go to the next slide, thank you. That directs the county board to require its auditors, my office, to present the audit results and any findings to the board in a regular public meeting without the use of a consent agenda. We are to do this within 90 days of the report's issuance. So this is a great opportunity for us to get in front of you and answer any questions and present the information from the county's reports. So certainly look forward to answering questions. Feel free to interrupt as we get through it. I would like to mention that with me, joining me, are Taryn Stengel. She's the audit manager over the county's audits, as well as Catherine Edwards-Decker and Erica Brownlee's over here. There are 2 seniors on these audits, and they'll continue also for the fiscal year 23 audits. So today we'll be discussing our audit work on 3 required annual reports. The first report is the county's annual comprehensive financial report that presents the county's annual financial statements and our opinion as to whether the county's financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with auditing standards and in all material respects to those standards. It's wonderful to report that for fiscal year 22, we report an unmodified or a clean opinion, which means that the county's financial statements are reliable. We issued this report and sent each of you links to that report in an email dated December 22nd of last year. The second report, which is the report on internal control and compliance, is where we report any findings and recommendations resulting from our audit of those financial statements. So although we found that the financial statements are reliable, we are required to report findings on items like deficiencies in internal control, fraud or abuse, and noncompliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and agreements that we identify as part of the financial statement audit. So we issued this second report on March 22nd and reported 2 financial statement findings, which Taryn will discuss in a moment. Finally, the third report, which is the federal single audit report, includes our assessment of the county's compliance with the federal major program requirements over each federal program we are required to audit, and the county's schedule of annual federal financial expenditures and our opinion on it. So we audited 5 federal programs and issued our report on March 30th. The report is due March 31st, so the county met that deadline. We reported a qualified opinion on the county's emergency food and food national board program. And what that means is the county did not comply with certain federal requirements in key areas, such as subrecipient monitoring. And we included an unmodified opinion for the other 4 federal programs. Remember, an unmodified opinion is a clean opinion that the county had adhered to those federal requirements. So the single audit report is where we reported our qualified and unmodified opinions and that one resulting finding, which Taryn will also talk about. So, because we know that the county's 3 reports are quite long and complex, we also prepare a report highlights. It's a 2-pager, and really that's a helpful information for you to sort of see what a 10-year financial trends of the counties are, plus our reported findings and recommendations. And it's something that helps you get to that information quickly without having to go through hundreds of pages of reports. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Catherine to kind of go through some of that information briefly, and then we'll talk about the findings and recommendations. Are there any questions before I turn it over to Catherine?
Any questions? Madam
Supervisor Bronson.
It's really not a question, it's a comment. I saw you walk in, thought maybe you were the IRS or perhaps FBI. I didn't know, but the women in black, this is perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
You literally took my breath away.
Oh. Thank you, Catherine.
Good morning, Madam Chair Grijalva, members of the board, and Ms. Lesher. My name is Catherine Edwards-Decker, and I'm one of the audit seniors that participated in the county's audits in fiscal year 2022. As Auditor General Perry stated, I would like to take the opportunity to present some key financial information to you over the past 5 years. The county's main 4 sources of revenue consist of property taxes, federal and state grants, state shared sales taxes, and county sales taxes. As you can see from the graph, the county's revenues have been relatively consistent over the last 5 years, with exception to federal and state grants, which have increased over the last couple of years. This is primarily because there were significant increases in federal programs and awards attributed to federal relief funding associated with COVID-19. We could go to the next slide.
Can I just ask a question about that last?
Supervisor Scott.
Sure.
Thank you. You can go back to the last, thank you. I know we get other shared state revenues besides shared sales taxes, mostly through the Highway User Revenue Fund. Is that incorporated into the federal and state grants and programs?
That would be included with the shared state sales tax.
Trying to speak that into the mic. Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I can remember it correctly, are you talking about the HERF revenues?
Yes.
That's likely included with the shared state sales tax. And
The vehicle license taxes.
no, that would be included with intergovernmental.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
As you can see from this graph, the county's 4 primary expense purposes consist of general government, public safety, highways and streets, and health and welfare. Expenses decreased during the period, with the exception of public safety, which has remained relatively consistent over the period, and there was an increase in highways and streets. The decreases are primarily attributed to general savings and changes in the COVID-19 relief funding. If we could go to the next slide. On this slide, we highlight the county's revenues and expenses over the past 5 years, demonstrating that the county's revenues have consistently exceeded the expenses. As you can see with the bar line, the county's net position, often referred to as reserves, is considerably higher than its revenues or expenses. Most importantly, the county's overall net position increased by $124 million in fiscal year 2022. Total net position for the county was $2.4 billion at the end of June 30th, 2022. It is important to note that not all of the net position balance is spendable, because $2.5 billion is included in capital assets, $240 million is restricted, and there is a negative unrestricted balance of $393 million, primarily because of the county's pension liability, which is $628 million. If we could go to the next slide. Finally, I would like to highlight the county's federal expenditures that are presented each year in the single audit report. Included in the bar graph, you can see that the 4 largest federal agencies the county received federal grants from in fiscal year 2022 were the U.S. Departments of Treasury, Health and Human Services, Labor, and Homeland Security. You can also see that there were significant increases in federal expenditures for fiscal years 21 and 22, primarily because of increased COVID monies that the county received. For fiscal year 2022, the largest agency is the U.S. Treasury, with expenditures that are primarily from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, which totaled $57.8 million. Also in fiscal year 22, Health and Human Services expenses decreased by $3.4 million because there were several COVID-19 programs that expired. You can also see that the county's Homeland Security expenditures changed significantly from the prior year, and this is because the county received and spent $10.4 million in the Emergency Food and Shelter National Board Program. I'll now turn it over to Taryn so she can discuss the 3 audit findings that were reported in fiscal year 22.
Thank you, Catherine. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Ms. Lesher. My name is Taryn Stengel. I'm the financial audit manager on the county's audits. As previously noted by Auditor General Perry, the report on internal control and noncompliance is where you will find the 2 financial statement findings that we reported this year and the county's responses to them. For the first financial statement finding, we found that the previous county administrator retired on July 4th, 2022, and exercised a return to work clause within his employment contract without informing the board, which impacted the board's ability to effectively assess and make decisions about the county's executive management. In addition, the previous county administrator instructed a limited number of county employees to hold that information closely. Because the previous county administrator had not informed the board of his retirement and his return to work status, the board was unaware that the county administrator would be required to work a reduced number of hours, including less than 20 hours per week for half of the year. Therefore, the board could not determine if any changes to the county's executive management were necessary to ensure appropriate county governance. To correct this finding, we recommended the county enforce the policy that you as the board approved on May 3rd, 2022, meeting that requires the county administrator to provide notice to the board of their intention to retire within at least 90 days prior to the retirement date and return to work by the county administrator to be supported by a new employment contract. 2, to ensure it maintains a policy that includes requirements that the county administrator provide the board with notice of intent to retire and return to work. The county has corrected this finding and has implemented these recommendations. For the second financial statement finding that we reported, we identified deficiencies in the county's verification controls over its vendors' self-service portal. Specifically, contrary to county's policies and procedures, the county's procurement department did not require a vendor to submit an IRS W-9 form prior to resetting a vendor login credentials and password to the vendor's self-service portal. Instead, based solely on a fraudulent request that they received by email, the department provided the vendor's login credentials and a temporary password that allowed the fraudster to access the vendor's self-service portal, add fraudulent bank account information for electronic fund transfers, and then steal $42,739 from the county. The county also approved 2 additional payments and had transferred one payment of $1.5 million and a second pending payment of $2.5 million to the fraudulent account. Fortunately, the bank where the fraudulent account was maintained noticed that there were discrepancies in the bank information and alerted the county, which allowed the county to reverse and cancel those transactions and save an additional $4 million from being stolen. To correct this finding, we recommend that the county's procurement department provide training to employees on existing policies and procedures to obtain vendor IRS W-9 forms prior to approving a vendor request to reset its login credentials and passwords. To strengthen existing policies and procedures, to require employees to conduct additional verification procedures when a vendor requests to reset its login, credentials, and passwords, such as verifying vendor email requests are from a valid email domain, including within the vendor profile, before responding to the vendor's request for this information. In addition, implement system controls to log and monitor changes to sensitive information within the vendor service portal, such as obtaining system alerts when the vendor modifies its EFT bank information, and require an employee to perform a secondary verification through an alternate method with the vendor prior to processing payments. The county reported that it suspended the vendor's ability to make these type of changes in the vendor service portal and anticipates fully correcting this finding and implementing the recommendations by April 2024. Next, I would like to go through the single audit finding that we reported. We found one finding on the Emergency Food and Shelter and National Board Program. The county's Grant Management and Innovative Department administers the Emergency Food and Shelter National Board Program and pass through federal funds to subrecipients who are responsible for administering a portion of the federal program. Federal regulations required that the county to monitor these subrecipients and verify that the monies passed through are spent appropriately. However, the department did not perform all required monitoring activities for the subrecipient that it passed through $1.6 million to help administer the federal program. As a result, the department's lack of monitoring increased the risk of that $1.6 million of program monies, which could have been spent inappropriately. Because this was 15% of the program's federal expenditures, we did report a qualified opinion on the Emergency Food and Shelter National Board Program. And that was specifically over the subrecipient monitoring. To correct this finding, we recommend that the Grants Management and Innovative Department should evaluate the substance of its federal awards with other parties to determine whether each of those parties receiving the monies was a role of a subrecipient or a contractor, and whether they are required to comply with any of the federal program requirements that the department should monitor. Perform required monitoring of its subrecipients and their compliance with the award terms and program requirements by following its existing policies and procedures that require the department to assess the risk of each subrecipient, noncompliance, and carry out monitoring activities based on those risk assessments, such as receiving financial and performance reports, providing training or technical assistance on program-related matters, and performing on-site reviews, selective audits, and any other monitoring procedures they feel necessary. 2, verify those subrecipients receive timely single audits, follow up on and ensure its corrective action is taken for any audit findings that could potentially affect the program, and issue a management decision for any audit finding pertaining to the federal award. And finally, maintain documentation of monitoring procedures demonstrating that they were performed, including the monitoring procedures resulting in any county actions taken if appropriate. The county reported that it fully plans to correct this finding by June 2024. This completes our presentation of the county's fiscal year 2002 audit reports. Are there any questions that we would?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Bronson.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Thank you for being here. I'm just curious. This is all very helpful. Thank you. How did we do compared to the other counties? Like Maricopa, especially. We won't tell them you said anything.
You want to take that one?
Madam Chair, I'll take this one. Supervisor Heinz, is that, Maricopa County had similar findings with their federal programs and some financial statement findings. They're different, right? And so comparison might be 3 findings for this county and 5 or 6 for Maricopa County. Nobody likes to have findings. We understand that. But certainly what we're trying to do is provide sort of a window into your operations for you, Ms. Lesher, and the financial folks, so that we can get on top of these things and correct them and get the county back to having 0 findings, which would be the goal, correct? So certainly we stand ready to help educate and inform the board, but we don't compare across counties just because everyone is uniquely different.
Thank you. Supervisor Bronson.
Yes. So no correction. Why does it take a year to correct this?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bronson, I think I'd defer to the county on that and sort of what their plan is and the timeframes for those, because that's more of a governance or a decision for those folks to determine how to align staffing to ensure that they're correcting these issues.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, everything has been, all of the changes have been made already. There is a window of time that we are provided. For example, like with the federal grants, they don't end until a future date, which is why those dates were put in. But if you look at the finding, for example, that occurred between the contractor and the subrecipient, our relationship changed with the city. They were a contractor. When they had a surge during the asylum seekers, they moved to a subrecipient. We modified that agreement on July 1st of 2022. The error occurred in June of 2022. So it was one small issue. It's significant to all of our grants, of course, but it has already been resolved and was resolved in July 1 of 2022. As you know, the first finding that dealt with the previous county administrator, all of the various policies required to make sure that that doesn't happen again, went into place, as you know, in 2022. And the second one regarding electronic funds transfer occurred as we were making modifications into a new system. That has been done, and all of the checks and balances as recommended by the Auditor General are in place.
That was real money.
Yes.
Real money. And what about a finance and risk management? I mean, that's just standard operating procedure in the private sector. And why haven't we, is that correct? And I assume it is.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, yes, they have been corrected. And I was just noticing we did provide the board in an email from me on March 31st to each of you explaining what happened with that, with the single audit finding and additional information. I agree, these were not inconsequential. We always appreciate the Auditor General's perspective and another set of eyes, and we have made all of the appropriate modifications.
And I truly appreciate your eyes on this.
Thank you.
This was eye-opening for me.
Madam Chair.
Just one question, since we're on this item and I'm looking at the screen here, with the top administrator's retirement, I believe, if memory serves, the entire board was not informed. So the changes that were made to the policy require that the entire board be informed of a retirement as opposed to just one individual?
Yeah, Chair Grijalva, there were a variety of changes made. That was one.
That was one of them, because I think that was the biggest issue there, that the entire board wasn't aware. Thank you. Did you, Supervisor Christie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are different gradations of audits.
Right.
Some are just a snapshot at the moment. Others are a year end or halfway through. These improprieties that you found or issues, are those like in a category? Like you have this category of grants and this category, and you say, well, let's take a look at this category, and this will serve as our audit. We won't bother with these others. How comprehensive of an audit is it? Is it a full-blown audit or a snapshot audit or what?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, these are audits done under auditing and accounting standards. So we audit all the financial statements, and we provide an opinion as to whether you can rely on those financial statements, the numbers in them. An audit by nature is not looking at everything. A forensic audit, where you need to be able to look at every transaction, is different than what our audit's purpose is. Our audit is intended to give you an idea on the reasonability of those numbers. And what we found is that the financial statements are accurate, they're reasonable. Now, that's one component of the audit. The other component is the county receives a lot in federal funding. Catherine went through how that's increased over the last 2-3 years. So the federal government has certain requirements for auditing federal programs, and those programs are set up by dollar thresholds. And certainly we're not going to be looking at programs that have very little monies attached to them. They have to meet certain thresholds. So the amount of money that the county receives from the federal government determines how we set those thresholds. And so those are the 5 federal programs that we reviewed. So sure, we did not look at every federal program because we're not required to, and that would just be a lot more time and money because we're required to audit a certain threshold, which gives us enough coverage to say that the county is meeting its requirements for the federal government and to abide by the monies for which the federal government has provided those. So certainly we have a finding in that area. What the federal government could choose to do with that, we'll see. Certainly they could come in and ask for those monies back. They could put the county on a plan. They could require more auditing, or they could look at this and hope that it's corrected in the next year. So that's what we'll do. As your auditors, we'll go back and see that all these 3 findings, that they were corrected or partially corrected for the fiscal year 23 audit, which we have begun. So we just roll right into the next year's audit with the size of this county.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
So there is a potential, there is a possibility that there are other improprieties in other areas that aren't required to be audited by the federal government, but that doesn't remove the fact that there could be areas that have issues.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, that's correct.
What would you say the odds are?
Well,
that's not a fair question. But is it, is your comfort level at this point, at a point where you feel that what you did audit is indicative of the condition of the entire accounting system of the county?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, yes, we conduct a very thorough risk analysis, and we look at the financial statements to see where the largest risk of a misstatement. So again, the purpose of a financial statement audit is to look at those financial statements and ensure that they're accurately reported, they're not misstated. And there's a lot of money that the county has. So certainly looking at risk, we're not looking at every area, we're looking at high-risk areas that have the opportunity for misstatements. So to your point, yes, an audit is not looking at everything. Certainly, if you had concerns about a particular area, that's when you want an agreed-upon procedures audit to go in there and look directly at that audit, scope it out within those parameters. A forensic audit would do something similar.
Madam Chair, one last question.
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
In my experience with perhaps the IRS is a good example. When they do audits, very often they are specific on an area that they're auditing. Not the whole accounting system, but a specific part of that system. And I think you're telling me that you have those kinds of regulations from the federal government in the same manner. You have the thresholds and the classifications, but not everything.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, that's correct for the federal single audit. We also do the financial statement audit, which has its own set of requirements and standards that we follow for that.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Administrator Lesher, did you have anything else you wanted to add before we move on to this item? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and move to accept the fiscal year 21-22 audit results submitted by the Office of the Attorney General. In addition, approve the Human Resources Memorandum proposed in the separate agenda item demonstrating compliance with ARS 41-1494. I'll move that.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
If you would entertain me, we've had someone sitting in the audience and she has to leave. Could we move to item 45, DM 50?
Okay, does anyone have any objection to that? Okay, we'll go ahead and move to item 45 on the regular agenda, DM 50, amendment number 4, to provide for Davis Monthan Air Force Base Advocate. The contract amount is $60,000.
I'll move the item.
Okay, so Supervisor Bronson moves the item.
Second.
Supervisor Scott seconds. I did have a question if there was any match for, or any a support from the city of Tucson. Do you know? Hi there, how are you? You look like you have an answer, so I'm excited.
Sure do. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Grijalva. Yes, I'm Linda Morales. I am the immediate past president of DM50. I turned over my presidency to the new president, Jay Bickley, in May, but I'm still obviously heavily involved, and he was unable to be here today. Yes, as a matter of fact, in last fiscal year, we did get a matching $60,000 from the city of Tucson. I know that is hopefully coming up in the next year. I don't have full confirmation yet, but I am planning to reconnect with them to assure that we have that renewal in the next fiscal year.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a
Happy to
motion
answer
and
any
a
other
second. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay. Any other items out of sequence? We've jumped around all over today. So now we're on Board of Supervisors sitting at other boards. Item 17, Library District Board. This is the grant acceptance for writers in residence. I'll move the item. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We've addressed the consented calendar, item 18. Now we're on 19 for affordable housing gap funding recommendations. We also have an item 20. Oh, wait, I apologize. 21, thank you. I wrote down 22. We have 21, and so I'm wondering if we could go with 21 first, since that's the staff recommendation, and then we'll move to item 19, which was a recommendation by Supervisor Hines. So Administrator Lesher, we're on 21.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. What you have before you is the recommendation of the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission to fund the two highest scoring proposals that they received after a variety of public education and RFP process. Those two highest scoring proposals total $2,625,000 for 203 affordable housing units. They represent rental development and preservation of some existing units.
Okay, thank you. Board members?
I'll move the item.
Okay, Supervisor Bronson moves the item.
Second.
And Supervisor Scott seconds. Any discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I wanted to direct a few questions to Ms. Lesher or whoever she may want to designate to answer them. And I'm referring to the memorandum to the board dated May 22nd. And actually, what I want to refer to is the May 19th memorandum from Mr. Sullivan to Ms. Lesher, which Ms. Lesher then sent to the board on May 22nd. Specifically, in the background section, it says that the Community and Workforce Development Department provided a technical assistance session on February 6, 2023, where 13 representatives from various proposers asked a number of questions specific to the request for proposals related to various projects. Subsequent inquiries from proposers were asked and answered, with responses posted and updated on the webpage for public view. My question was, could you speak more to exactly what was covered in the technical assistance session and what subsequent inquiries came in, from whom and about what? Because I think that might help to address, at least for me, the status of some of the objections that we got from people whose proposals were not granted.
Thank you. If I may, Dr. Garcia.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I have with me...
Yep, closer, Mike.
Sorry about that. Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I have here with me the individual who conducted that process on our behalf, Deputy Director Jen Darlin from Community and Workforce Development, who can speak to that very specifically.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott. The technical assistance trainings that were provided basically covered the nuts and bolts of the proposal process, addressed any of the areas within the scope where related to leverage questions, project design. Overall, the questions that were asked and answered were really relative to process piece, but the feedback specifically on what the substance of those questions are, I don't have that information available with me right now presently, but I can absolutely provide that as a supplement information to the board.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. That would be helpful because later on in Mr. Sullivan's memorandum, he, under the section that says moving forward, says staff will draft the next request for proposals, taking into account feedback received from commissioners and review panel members that balances the urgency of funding viable projects with more community collaboration. So I understand that you're getting feedback from the commissioners and also the review panel members. Are the commissioners and or the review panel members perhaps also giving voice to concerns that might have been received from some of the applicants?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I would need to go back and review the questions during that particular process. Again, a technical assistance training tends to not necessarily be substantive about specific concerns, more or less just getting down to a little bit more of the specificity of what's being requested in the actual proposal as it's published. Following the process and the review and the presentation to the commission, most of the feedback that we had received, and including the feedback even from the review panel members themselves, was that should, in the next opportunity for funding award for the important investment in this work of preserving and developing affordable housing, to create a space and an opportunity to have a conversation such as like a best and final discussion with proposers, wherein any area where a review panel could not particularly identify the response or felt that there was a little bit more background that needed to be provided in order for it to be fairly evaluated and scored, that conversation could happen one-on-one with the proposers prior to the recommendations going before the commission. That was one of the recommendations. Following the process and the board's action here today, it is the intent of the staff to engage with one-on-one conversations with the proposing entities. As noted, 7 proposals received broad spectrum of housing remedies to address affordable housing. Pretty important work and pretty impressive response to this particular RFP. And so it is our sincere desire to ensure that we balance the competition to ensure that we're getting the best proposals for your consideration. But we also do this in as many opportunities as possible in a collaborative approach. We need these developers in this space, and their feedback through this process is absolutely instrumental in the refinement of this process going forward.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
So just to clarify, technical assistance from your department is not just provided in general, it's also provided specifically to any applicant who may request it.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, yes.
Okay.
We have a process by which the proposer would notify staff. We would provide that answer and record the answer on the publicly posted page under the FAQs so that all proposers could have privy to that information.
And then Chair Grijalva, just a request in that moving forward section of Mr. Sullivan's memorandum, the second sentence says the new request for proposals, along with a proposed timeline and funding amount, will be presented to the commission for review and comment following the board's action on the fiscal year 23-2024 county budget. I'd like to request that the information that is presented to the commission also be presented to the board, given that we ultimately have to approve the commission's recommendations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
thank you, Chair.
And thank you. And because there were a few of the proposals that I was confused as to why they weren't approved just based on the amount, and it's difficult to see money sort of left on the table. And so the last commission meeting that I attended, there was conversation about that money rolling forward, and so it would be available for this upcoming fiscal year. I'm wondering if you could speak to, because I know you don't have the details, but the land trust items, the Barrio Anita Casitas, those are one of the only proposals that actually had home ownership as part of it, and I think that that's a really big priority because everything else was mostly rentals. And then the other was the Curly School, the artisan apartments, that was $250,000 to rehab 30 units. It just seemed like a lot of units to rehab for a really small amount of money. And so I'm wondering if the committee could go back to those two proposals and say, you know, these were our concerns, because I tend to want to just say, let's go ahead and do them. But I feel like there was a reason, since the money was available, there was a reason that those proposals weren't accepted. So I'm wondering if you can go back to those who submitted those requests and sort of say, these were the committee's concerns. Can we work through some of them? Because I'd like to see, especially with Curly School, I know that Pima County invested, what, 17 million or some really large amount. And I want to make sure that those affordable units continue to stay part of the inventory in that area. Dr. Garcia, did you want to respond? And then I'll call on Supervisor Bronson.
Chair Grijalva, if I may, please. So when we set up this RFP, when the department set up this RFP, it articulated in that document the standards and the criteria. It also created a threshold score, and you had to hit or be really close to that threshold score in order to be funded. We applied, staff applied that RFP criteria rigorously and followed those rules. Absolutely. Part of what we are learning in this process, and I'll remind you that we have not made a significant investment in this area in many years, in over a decade. Part of the idea that has come up is having a much more iterative process where we're going back and forth with the proposal. And that's what Jen was referring to with regards to the BAFO, the best and final offer component. But yes, absolutely. I think what was exciting about the process was we got 7 very good proposals, very different from each other, very different kinds of projects, restoration, new home building, multi-housing, single family. And I think it bodes well for the future of affordable housing in this community to have that much creativity. We had private and public sector investors responding. So yes, I think that this is part of the process for it. We're trying to follow the rules. That the staff recommendation reflects us following the rules as we articulated them. The board has the absolute capacity to, award beyond those rules. That is the role of the board.
Yeah, but I feel I'm reluctant to do that only because we have a committee that was put together, and I'm sure, considering the low amount for both of those projects that I mentioned, that there are some concerns for, and I don't know what those concerns are, but I'd really like to see them addressed and figure out a way that we can fund those projects if possible, and not necessarily wait until a specific time in the year to bring these forward, that because the funding is available and it was from then would be the previous fiscal year, that the door is kind of open to be able to address those when they come up. Supervisor Bronson.
I concur with your comments, but, and I would like to know, I understand why the projects that were funded were funding. One of them was Southwest Nonprofit Housing Group. It was new construction rental properties, 107 units at a total cost of $2.125 million. The total score there was 124.5, and the cost per unit was just under $20,000. Then you go to Family Housing Resources, the Talavera Apartments, preservation rental units, 96 units at a cost of $500,000. That's a big bang for the little amount. And the total score there was 108.25 with a cost per unit of $5,208. So I understand those were really good recommendations. And to Chair Grijalva's point, the ones that weren't recommended, I would love to see why. And if we could get that information from the committee, it would be helpful.
Any other questions or comments?
Chair Grijalva.
I think it was Supervisor Christie, and
Oh,
then
I'm
I'll
sorry,
call on
Suzanne.
you, Supervisor Scott.
Do we have a commission vote and how the commissioners voted? We do have that?
Chair Grijalva,
Commission, not committee.
Supervisor Christie, Supervisor Bronson. Yes, we had a commission vote. The vote was unanimous in support of the recommendations of staff.
Thank you.
With regards to Supervisor Bronson's question about what were the specific deficiencies, included in your packet in the attachment of materials is actually the summary score sheet for each of these projects, and you will see on the left, in a table, all the different criteria: degree of leverage, affordability, accessibility, rental acquisition, down the line. You'll see what the average score for that particular application was, in this case, this Curley School, and what the maximum score was available. The decision to recommend the funding of these two was not purely based on the number of units, and the size of the cost per unit. Sorry, Supervisor Brunson. It was based on the totality of these different scoring features. Again, because we do have the flexibility of being able to go back and engage these vendors and try to come up with augmenting there is an ability for us to engage the proposers to see if we can refine those proposals. The other piece that I will have you recall is that this just grants us authority to enter into a contract negotiation with these two vendors. It is very possible that will lead to a different outcome, but this is just kind of the first step. The board will get a chop at this, an opportunity to vote on those contracts individually. So at that point, you will also have an opportunity to exercise your oversight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott, and then Supervisor Brunson.
Chair Grijalva, thank you. And I appreciate Ms. Lesher and Dr. Garcia, Ms. Darland, that the score sheets that we got showed as you said, Dr. Garcia, the totality of scores. But as I said to Ms. Darland prior to the meeting, and I think this is echoing a request that Supervisor Bronson made, it would be helpful to get the story behind the numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Because the objections that we got, we heard one of them during the call to the public segment today. The board also, I know our office got, and I imagine the other offices got objections from one of the other applicants, and they were very thoughtfully worded, and I didn't think were based in sour grapes at all. They just spoke to some genuine confusion. So if we could get, again, the story behind the numbers, and more significantly, if they could get the story behind the numbers, I think that would be helpful and would speak to what Mr. Sullivan was promising in his memorandum from last month, which is to look at the urgency of the need to get this funding out, but also to have some more community collaboration.
Supervisor Bronson.
No, I echo your thoughts, but having said that, we're still rolling the leftover amount to next year, and it looks like, this was the first time we've done this, so it was kind of a trial run, and we're on a learning curve. And as Chair Grijalva, I got your score sheets, and I'm just looking at numbers, and I have no idea of the thought process that the commissioners used when making that decision. And numbers are only as good as the criteria you set up. So it looks like we're in an iterative process here. I think the commission did an outstanding job. And just, again, the votes were unanimous, so I'm going to accept that. But let's improve on the process for the next go-round.
And then one other thing, while I was at the Affordable Housing Commission meeting, there was someone there that indicated that a lot of this funding isn't available for mobile home and mobile home sort of renovations and rehab. And I think that that is a huge population in our county that other funding sources don't really, they can't apply for those funding opportunities. So perhaps that's something we should look at, because in every one of our districts, we have mobile home kind of communities and individuals that you can see the need for rehab. And that's if we do the percentage, that's a huge percentage of people that is affordable housing in Pima County. So I do think that we have flexibility with this funding that we don't have maybe for some other grants. And the only other thing I was going to ask our county administrator is for us to really, the hope was that this was going to leverage other funds. And so what other funding opportunities are we applying for to be able to leverage this as like a match or something? Dr. Garcia, did you have something you wanted to add?
Chair Grijalva, that was actually part of the scoring system, right? That was one of the criteria, was what kind of leverage the individual projects brought. But speaking to the larger issue, which I think is what you're getting at, we are currently looking at a variety of opportunities that allow us to tap into some of the state ADOH funding, and whether we explicitly use this as the matching or not, but that would be complementary to this. You are absolutely correct. There is a variety of federal HUD as well as state programs that are opening up in this space, and this is critical and foundational to what we continue to do. But again, this is in some ways an iterative process. The supervisors are correct. We are learning from this. We haven't done this in a while, and we will continue to get better.
Good. Okay, so did we have a motion and a second? I'm sorry, Supervisor Hines.
Just quickly, I've said this before, 203 units. We have about 40,000 home deficit in Pima County, and I know roads are important, but I'm really sick of hearing about roads when I have to discharge patients to the curb, to the street, every day that I'm in the hospital. So while we talk about this and 200 more units is great, we have to take this more seriously. Like, we're all going to go home. Everyone in this room, I believe, is going to go to a house or an apartment or someplace with a roof, not a lean-to and a wash. So we see it in the medical system all the time. Housing insecurity, this is a big deal. We have $43 million in the budget we just passed. $43 million for roads, which is great. I just voted for it. But we really have to do better. $4 million, $5 million a year. And by the way, everything we approve right now, they're not going to be actually usable until there's a new board up here in 2025 probably, because you can't snap your fingers and all of a sudden 150 units are there. It takes time to do all this stuff. So I would encourage my colleagues to look at putting a 0 after these numbers instead of we're not really addressing this problem. That we need to do better. The city needs to do better. 4 million, 5 million, 10 million. These are not serious numbers in terms of addressing this. So that's my one statement. And then to the specifics of this, it is our first go around here. Why is it an annual process? Because if we can find other funds between budget cycles, I'm all about making those funds available and doing a 30 or 60-day RFP right away. And I just think, I guess as a board, we can probably just say that. But I know that this is kind of a new thing. But Dr. Garcia, maybe you could speak to that.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, this is not an annual process. This does not have to be an annual process. You're absolutely right. So in fact, what we will be moving into is, after you make whatever funding recommendations you make, will be precisely into continuing to engage with developers and other proposers in this space. So this is envisioned to be a continuous process. rather than a seasonal one, right? It's not like a once a year kind of thing. We started this in January, and it has taken us a bit of time to go through the process. We believe it will be sped up as we move forward.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion, a second for item 21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. We do have an item that is related, item number 19, and this was put in by Supervisor Hines. Did you want to move forward with this item? It was the affordable housing gap funding recommendations, and I believe this was to take the top 4, and right now we just voted on the top 2.
Sure, and anything that my colleagues are willing to support, if it is the first go around with this, I do think, as our staff has indicated, we can, pick another 1 or 2 that we think would be reasonable. I think that, I think it'd be, if there is a majority of the board that wants to move forward with some additional ones, I think that would be reasonable.
That was actually the reason why I'd asked staff to go back to the people who submitted and kind of figure out what was the reason why they weren't funded. And perhaps one of the criteria as far as like how are they going to leverage other dollars, that question is really more for Pima County. How are we going to leverage this amount of $5 million and look to federal and state funding opportunities? Not to say that I don't want these projects to have some other support, but as some of the people who put in proposals and people who reached out to our office, in some cases, there just aren't other funding opportunities, aren't any other funding sources. And so maybe we look at the maximum for that leverage and the score sheet and see if we might want to consider changing the points, from a maximum of 10 to something else.
Thank you.
Administrator Lesher.
Just, Chair Grijalva, what I'd suggest, you've approved the funding for the first 2. Let us meet with staff and come back to you with the full analysis of what's there, recommendation regarding the next tranche, the other 5 on this, or whether we would recommend funding of that. Taking the remaining dollars from this year, you've just passed the budget, so the dollars are now available for the new fiscal year, starting July 1, and we'll bring you a recommendation for the next steps, if we may.
Thank you, because I completely agree with you that I'd like to see the funding go out, but I have some concerns that looking at the committee and the makeup there, I'm sure they wanted to get it out too, and so there are some. Looking at the score sheets, there are some areas that I think can be approved upon, and those proposals will hopefully be able to come back.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
I also appreciate that it's indicated by Mr. Sullivan that a non-conflicted member of the commission in the future is going to join the 4 staff members on the review panel.
Good, yeah. Okay, so now we're on item.
Did we vote?
No, we voted on 21. We're not going to take any action on 19.
All right.
Okay.
And then really quickly, because we have another
Supervisor
gentleman in
Bronson.
the audience that needs to leave, item 26, it's IDA. Can we move to that quickly?
There's no objection. Then we'll go ahead and move to item 26, Joint Single Family Mortgage Review Bond Program. It's resolution number 2023-23.
I'll move the item.
Supervisor Bronson will move the item.
Second.
Have a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Mr. Slania, if you have this information now, that would be great if you need some time to gather it, but could we get some data on how many mortgage holders will potentially benefit from this program? And if it was in the documents that you sent us, I went through them and I didn't see it, but if I missed it, you can certainly point it out to me.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, I can't. What I can do is,
Okay, at least
because
I
it's
didn't miss it.
No, it's not, and it's because it's a forward-looking. It's a projection. I can tell you what the Pima Tucson Home Buyer Solution Program has done, but this is a brand new program we have not done since 2008. I anticipate at the current usage, $25 million at $250,000 a home means only a few homes are going to be had. This is just like the introduction. We're looking at this as a first time. Can we do this? It's back to a different, what's called an inverted yield curve. And so we can take advantage of the differential between tax exempt rates and taxable rates. And if we can do that, it is a replicable program depending on how much money it costs.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we are on item 20, attractions and tourism outside agency funding recommendations for fiscal year 23-24. Just so we say it publicly, the funding available was $400,000 and funding requests were 1.1, almost 1.2 million. 25 agencies requested funding and 22 agencies were awarded funding. So I'll go ahead and move the item. A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And thank you to the committee members. We really appreciate your input on this. Do you want to take a break?
Yes.
5 minutes?
Time.
Okay,
minutes.
5-minute break. Thanks.
I just gotta get up and walk.
So what do we have to get through?
Do you want to do a contact? So if you want to get the your objection. So 25, that one, number 23, you want your motion? Yeah.
I took 20, I'm done.
Yeah, so that one's done.
Okay.
You,
What are we worried about? This one? This one is getting postponed. Oh, no, we already voted on Okay.
And I know you got two people who wanted to go to the elections. That's probably 57.
So these two, 53 and 50.
No,
no,
I
this
said
is
it's either. So this one.
Okay.
If you want to go.
Yeah, okay, then we'll do that one. Okay. Oh. Almost there anyway. We're next. It's next.
You need 22.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're good. I have little marks all over my agenda. Okay.
I'll tell you what up. Yeah, what do you get? I'd like to move every other item. Yeah.
Now?
Yeah.
So what time do you have to leave?
I
1:30
mean,
or 1:45?
technically, I really should be leaving at 1:30. I can probably push to
Okay.
1:40.
So we're gonna do 24 and then we're gonna do,
We can do everything with the hearings all at once. I just wrote down all the things we haven't done. These are hearings. But like
Yeah.
22, 24, 27, 29,
Yeah.
30, 32.
But they're not, we can't do them all together because.
Well,
then-
these are hearings. You can't do those, right?
Yeah.
Which one's separate?
No, just right now while you're still here.
Okay, sure.
That one has to go.
Okay.
Okay. So at some point. So when you're like, do this, that means you're out of here in 2 minutes and I'll do that. Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So which one's like number 50? I appreciate you doing this.
Go ahead and get started. If we can move to item 22, anti-racketeering revolving funds.
Move the item.
I'll second. So Supervisor Bronson moved and I second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I'm going to skip 24 because it requires, well, I feel like, yay. There. Okay. Item 24. This it's a donation of surplus property to the city of South Tucson. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, which was required. We've addressed 25, 26. We're on 27.
Did we address 25, human resources?
Yes.
Okay.
We did when I indicated that that we'll address that extra. Yeah. I just read it. I didn't even do that on purpose. Sorry. Okay, so item 27, Juvenile Court Center Family Counseling Program. It's in matching funds. It's a matching funds. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I'm not sure who I would direct this to, so I'll just direct it to Ms. Lesher, but the supporting documents say that the program will serve 31 families, served 29 last year. I'm wondering if it's been effective, how can it be expanded? And could we get a report to the board on the overall need? You know, in other words, if there are 31 families that are participating, if there are more families that wanted to participate and the program's effective, Is there a way that it could be expanded?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, thank you. We will get back with you on that.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We've addressed 28. 29 is a Pima County Cooperative Extension appropriation of funds for 23-24.
Move the item.
I'll Supervisor Bronson moved the item. Supervisor Scott seconds. All in favor.
Supervisor Christie.
Christie. I said it twice now. Sorry.
Are you mimicking?
He's always the second, so I just sort of, it's almost a default. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item 30, request to auction.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to propose a substitute motion.
Okay.
And the motion would be that the proceeds from the auction of the sheriff's Cessna aircraft.
Oh, we don't have an original motion yet,
Well,
but
it says a request approval to auction.
Well, we need a motion so we
All
can
right.
discuss.
Okay. I'll move the item.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Madam
Supervisor.
Chair, I would like to propose a substitute motion that the proceeds from the sale of the Cessna at auction be returned to the general fund and not to the sheriff's special revenue funds. He's asking later for monies to cover a $3.3 million deficit from the general fund. Therefore, I'm requesting in my motion that the proceeds from the auction of the Cessna be returned to the general fund.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Christie and a second, a substitute motion by Supervisor Bronson. Do we have any?
Supervisor Christie.
Supervisor Christie moved it, you seconded,
Seconded,
right?
correct.
Yeah. So can I'm just concerned with the legality, whether that those can go back to the general fund or not.
Chair Grijalva, and I'm looking, it came out of special revenue fund, so let me ask Ms. Moulton if there is any concern about returning that money to the general fund to offset the over budget dollars.
Supervisor Grijalva.
Chair
Grijalva, Supervisor.
I am a supervisor, it's okay.
These planes were purchased with restricted funds. The normal accounting practice is that those funds, if any are garnered at the sale of the assets, be returned to those funds. The funds that were used were both state and federal RICO funds, as well as a grant paid for the portion of one aircraft.
Then I'll withdraw my second.
I withdraw my motion.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion. Supervisor Hines, did you have a question?
No, I guess I didn't hear that it was expressly unlawful. I only heard that it was practice. Is it expressly unlawful?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I would have to look to see exactly what the restrictions are, but accounting practice is that the money's returned to the special revenue fund. We are looking into the grant to see if we have to return that money to the federal government. But with regard to the RICO funds, those have pretty tight restrictions on them.
Right. And then, so because this is a capital expenditure, it doesn't go back into a capital line item? Is it just general?
Oh, it's special.
Because, I mean, I'm just curious about that, because when we would sell big properties, it would just go back to the line item of capital. It couldn't just go into general fund.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, with the sale of the capital assets, they go back, the funds go back to where the funds originated from. So not necessarily capital. If you sold land, chances are it was general fund that paid for it, so it went back that way.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the original, which is just a request to auction. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. And now we're on 32. Tell me if anyone has any, well, we'll separate them. For 32, it's money that's going to go to Visit Tucson and its bed tax pass-through. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 33 is Kodak Health Recovery and Wellness. It's an amendment to the general fund contract, and I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Southern Arizona Children's Advocacy Center. This is amendment number 3 to provide for medical forensic examination and evidence collection. Supervisor Bronson moved the item. Supervisor Christie seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Can we take item 35 through 42?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to take item 37 separately.
Okay, so can we do 35, 36, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42? Okay, I'll go ahead and move all of those items.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Yes? Aye?
For all the other ones, right?
Yes, for everything else except for 37.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 37, Family Housing Amendment Number 1 to provide emergency rental assistance program. Supervisor Christie, you had a
Madam Chair, I'll be
question?
voting against this. This is as a requirement through COVID emergency. The emergency is over. This money has not been spent. It needs to be sent back to Washington. I'll be voting no.
Okay, and this is to extend the contract term to December 31, 2023. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor
I will
Bronson.
be voting in favor, but it gives me pause because of the report from the Auditor General.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're on item 43. Do we want to take 43, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49?
Yep.
Can we do all those? Okay, because we've already addressed 45.
Right.
So we're moving 43, 44, 46, 47, 48, and 49. I'll go ahead and move all of those items.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on to item 50. Do we want to take 50 and 51 or
Madam
separate
Chair?
those? Yes.
I'd like to
Supervisor
address 50 and 51 separately.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to 50. This is the Arizona Board of Regents on behalf of the U of A College of Medicine. It's for a health literacy project. It's a reduction to amend the contract language because it's a decrease due to reduced scope of work. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
this is another COVID issue, basically I think the trigger words in the background are enhancing vaccine update. And it really needs to end. The COVID issue is over, and this is something that's not in the purview of our spending, so I will be voting against 50.
Okay, so I have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No.
Item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Bronson and Christie voting no. Now we're on 51. It's a Arizona Board of Regents on behalf of U of A Mexican American Studies to provide evaluation services for Advancing Health Literacy Project. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'll be voting against this for the same reason as I did on 50.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Items 52, Town of Marana to provide environmental education services for $8,000. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 54. We've addressed 53. Do we want to take 54, 55, 54 and 55 together?
So moved.
Okay. Supervisor Christie moves. I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items passed unanimously. Now we're on 56. This is a master agreement for initial one-year term I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion?
Chair,
Supervisor Bronson.
It's just a comment. One of these is, what the contractor's name comes from Potosi, Missouri, Group B. I actually have property in Potosi, Missouri. I'm not going to recuse myself, but how in the world did Potosi, Missouri?
And why would anyone have property there?
Because it's really beautiful property in the Ozarks.
Okay. I don't think you have a conflict, but okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second for 56. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now on 57, this is award of a master agreement for run-back election services to provide mail ballot scanning and sorting. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to move that this item be continued to be sent over to the Elections Integrity Commission, and that the motion be brought back to the board on July 25th. And after it's been sent to the EIC for review and comment, the board receive their review and comment, and then we address this issue at the July 25th meeting. This has not been sent to the EIC. They have not seen this. I think this is a very pertinent issue that should be brought before the EIC. That's why we have it. I've read a number of comments from constituents as well as a member or two of the EIC saying that that they're upset that this wasn't presented to them and that they feel that they need to vet this first, and we need to give them a chance to do their job. So I would,
Is that in the form of a substitute?
substitute motion to continue.
Second.
So I have a motion, a second for a substitute motion for this item to go to the Election Integrity Committee. I'll go ahead and any discussion. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
No.
Chair Grijalva?
No, item fails 2-3. And so now we'll go ahead and move the item as submitted.
Second.
Did I already? I already did that. I feel like I did. I know. As soon as I said it, I'm like, I feel like I've done this already. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I'm fortunate, as some of you know, to have a former deputy recorder on my staff. She was a deputy recorder under the previous recorder, and she pointed out that this machine that's going to be purchased through Runback, the Agilis machine, can scan and separate 1,500 ballots per hour, and that in the 2020 general election, there were 430,224 early ballots. Agilis would have taken 288 hours to do the scanning and separating. The recorder minimum for temporary staff is 720 hours per week for 4 weeks. So that's 10 times more than what Agilis is going to use, and it's going to allow staff to focus more on the issue that is where we hear the biggest concerns, which is signature verification. And I don't know if the public is aware of the fact that signature verification is done at the recorder's office, and that has to be done before the ballots are sent to the elections division for tabulation. And look at the metrics available to measure performance. They are planning to get early ballots to the elections department for tabulation in less than 2 days, which is not a metric that they have been able to meet using the very labor-intensive, more likely to be error-prone process that's in place right now. Again, my staff member told me that this technology was being looked at by the previous recorder. I think it is a good move by the current recorder to move forward with this. I respect Supervisor Christie's motion that we didn't pass, but I didn't see this as necessarily an election integrity commission issue, more as an operations matter within the recorder's office that also affects the work done by the elections division. So I'm pleased to support the item and pleased that we're moving forward with something that is not only going to help with efficiency and accuracy, but also help with ballots being tabulated more quickly.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Christie.
So just real quickly to piggyback on what Supervisor Scott is saying, in my conversations with the recorder, this also allows for additional transparency, because as this amazing machine is going to be scanning and doing doing its job, it's going to actually allow for voters to see faster than before exactly when the early ballot gets like affirmed as processed, where exactly it is, all that kind of stuff, which I think is really important for this process.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Supervisor Christie.
Again, if we are talking about transparency, the best way for this to be a transparent item is to send it, or would have been to send it to the EIC to have it completely vetted by those who are closest to the voting situation in Pima County. Runbeck has a controversial element to it, and if we're going to create more controversy than is necessary, it's by passing this item without it going to the EIC. The EIC was commissioned to vet and investigate, and quite frankly, with all due respect, I would rather hear a determination from the EIC as opposed to one of Supervisor Scott's staff members. So I'll be voting against the award.
I understand that. The EIC doesn't have any authority over the recorder's office, and this essentially is a purchase of some equipment, and so I'm going to support the item. So I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 3-2 with Supervisors Christie and Bronson voting no. Can we move through 58 through, let me see.
Gosh, I could go all the way.
Dun, dun, dun.
71.
Yeah, it's 6.
Do you just, it's at 71?
Actually.
Yeah, do we want to go ahead and do that?
Yep.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move items 58 through 71.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on grant application acceptance. Item 72 is community workforce development. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
So this is amendment number 3 to provide WIOA Title I employment services, but second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 73 is a grant management innovation emergency food and shelter national board program. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie?
Once again, this is money for asylum seekers here in Pima County. It's just cloaked in a different title and a different description as far as where it's coming from. It has the same overall goals, which is to provide humanitarian aid and public health, provide food, shelter, and other humanitarian support to asylum seekers released by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and congregate shelters provided by Casa Elias Welcome Center and the Drexel site. In addition to other shelters at the Red Roof Inn, Jot Properties, and related to quarantine of infectious diseases. This is $19 million flowing through with taxpayer funds into this whole program. Again, Pima County should never have been in the asylum-seeking business, and here we are accepting another $19 million. And if you add up what was previously spent under another name but for the same issue, what are we now up to? It'd be in the $60 million range. So I will be voting no against this.
Thank you. I do want to note that we're not in the asylum seeking business. We're providing services to people who are asylum seekers coming into Pima County. And I think that it's important for our entire community's safety and wellness to providing these services, so I will support it. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Can we move items 74 through 82?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to address 75 and 76 separately.
Okay, so we'll do 74, excluding 75 and 76 through 82? The others are hearing.
No, ma'am, I would like to address 82.
Okay, let's do 74. It's acceptance for CWD to provide dislocated worker and youth program. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 75, acceptance of justice services, MacArthur Foundation to provide safety and justice challenge. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair, I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Supervisor
Madam Chair,
Bronson.
I will be voting for it. It's no cost, but I sat on the committee, and the same goes with 76. I don't think this is moving us anywhere and getting us in the place we need for justice reform. It's just unfortunate, but it just hasn't worked. But it's no cost, so I'll be voting yes.
We're accepting the funding. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. We're on item 76, another MacArthur Foundation Amendment 1 to provide the Safety and Justice Challenge. It's a no cost. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair, I'll be voting no on this.
Okay. We have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor
can we
Bronson.
Move items 77, 8, 79, 80, and 81.
So moved.
Sure. And then you'll second. So have a motion, a second to move 77 through 81. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 82, it's an acceptance of the funding to provide Pima County Safe Streets for All, creating a culture of safety in our community. It's a grant acceptance. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
this is another study creating a culture of safety of our community with safe streets. I look in the background, and it's all about safety, safety, safety. Matter of fact, I think the word safety is utilized 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times in the background. There is nothing more safe than a repaired and properly maintained road. So instead of putting this money to a grant, it should be reallocated to repairing our roads. So I will be voting against accepting this.
So we are accepting $1.5 million for a 2-year term, so $760,000 per year, and the county is matching $380,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're
Madam Chair.
on hearings. Supervisor Bronson.
If there's no one in the audience that wishes to address us, and I note that 83 was removed. There's no one that wishes to address us on 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and 91. Move to close public hearing and approve those items, noting that with the fireworks permit, they better have the fire department that they respond to, since we're headed into the dry season, that they coordinate with, and if there's, that they coordinate with the local fire provider.
I'll second. I have a motion, a second for items 84 through 91. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 92 has been continued to July 11th. And 93 has been continued. So now we are on the addendum. We've addressed 1, 2, 3, 4, Now we're on item 5. The Sheriff Department is over budget, and there's a recommended approval of allocation of budget authority from the general fund contingency to the Sheriff's Department general fund. This is an allocation that would cover anticipated budget overage of up to $3.3 million. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I move that we approve the county administrator's recommendation to approve an allocation of budget authority from general fund contingency to the Sheriff's Department general fund in the amount of $3.3 million.
I'll second for sake of discussion. I know that this is the first time that they've been over in about 5 years, but you don't just have an overage of 3.3 without some concerted effort to get there. And so I understand that it had to do with overtime. I appreciate that. It's just, it's frustrating because it's one of the largest, it is the largest budget item in our budget. And now it's an additional 3.3 million. And, you know, we sit here and negotiate whether we're going to spend 125 here or 25,000 there. This is a significant hit to our budget. And I have a lot of concerns about that.
And
Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Bronson.
So during our discussion with Judge Bergen earlier, I was adding up all the numbers in terms of like that was about $1.9 million in terms of the various things that we need to do to hopefully get some folks, you know, maybe even several hundred folks who are in the jail that probably don't need to be because they're mostly nonviolent folks in there. Like we'd be better off figuring out a way to how to get them that money than having to deal with $3 and $4 million overages from the Sheriff's Department every cycle. So
Supervisor Bronson.
I concur with Supervisor Hines and with your concerns. You know, how did we get here and why? There's no explanation. And in the
Supervisor, I'm sorry, Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Bronson, I know we have been sending the monthly memos showing which departments might be over budget, and we've been then working with their staff to try to get them back within the budget. And they've simply, we'd hoped that there was, we were hopeful we would be able to get them back in budget. It has not occurred. It's why we were continuing to provide the monthly information. And hopefully those monthly reports have provided the reasons that they're over budget, but we can certainly provide a final report.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. They provided reasons, but to me, they weren't satisfactory.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
When Sheriff Nanos, the current sheriff's predecessor, took office, he was saddled with an inherited budget deficit of I believe, almost $5 to $6 million. And that sheriff at that time went to the then county administrator and informed him of this overage. And the then county administrator replied to the then sheriff, get it to work. And he did. And I'm just...
And he was under budget.
And I'm, at this particular point, just kind of perplexed about, I understand there was COVID and other issues and all of those things, inflation, yes. But it doesn't seem that there has been any effort or any communication that I'm aware of with the current sheriff to address this and see what kind of remedies could be applied before coming back and asking for, at the end of the budget year, enough money to correct the problem. So I just have a very negative feeling about how this whole thing is handled, and that it's something that is hard for me to do because I am a huge supporter of law enforcement, but I'm also in a fiduciary capacity to watch our expenses and our budget, and I need more explanation as well as understanding about how this could happen, given the history of the preceding sheriff was able to address it during his term. So I'll be voting against it.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, and I'll just comment
Was there a motion on it?
Yes, I seconded.
There have been other elected officials who have gone over budget like this a variety of times. I can tell you in my time here, part of what has occurred is there have simply been administrative adjustments to cover those budget deficits. And we continue to believe that to err on the side of the transparency, and when we have those kinds of deficits, that we make sure the board is aware that, again, why we're providing those numbers monthly. I can assure you that that Ms. Moulton and her staff from the Finance and Risk Department have been meeting quite regularly with the finance staff from the Sheriff's Department. We can provide additional information about what those conversations have been like. But again, I think part of the reason you've not seen this in the past is that adjustments have simply been made administratively to make sure that things balanced out. And we wanted to make sure something like $3 million that we do have the understanding and the approval of the board.
Well, I do think that it's important for us one, what are the consequences if this item doesn't pass? Because I don't know that I'm hearing a majority, so I'd like to understand what that would be one question. And then the other, I know that we approve the sheriff's budget, but considering the fact that we're being put in the position to approve an additional 3.3 million after we had several items that have come to the board this fiscal year requesting increases because of food supply increases and other things. I'd like to know what are the big, aside from staff, which that's not the issue that I have. It's like, how often are vehicles being turned over? What's the age of the vehicles that are being driven by some of, not so much the deputies in the field, but other expenses that are in the sheriff's budget? And I wouldn't be asking those questions if we weren't being put in the position to, have to look at 3.3 million overages. I just think that it's an important conversation to have, considering that all we do with the sheriff's budget is approve it. And that's been my experience since I've been here. And it's becoming more frustrating, especially since we understand that there are big needs in our community that we'd like to be able to provide additional support for. And so, I'm sorry, was there if I can get an answer to the what if question, that'd be great.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors.
Could you speak into the mic? Yeah. I'm not hearing.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors. In my time at the county, this has never been a question that has been asked because, as Ms. Lesher has said, it has been administratively dealt with. The facts of the matter are we would, if you do not approve for them to spend more money, they would not technically be allowed to spend more money. So we could take money approved in next year's budget and allocate it to this year to cover that deficit, reducing their budget next year. We have some money saved in contingency, which is where we had planned when the 23 budget was created to spend, that we have not spent. So it is not over and above what the total budget that was approved by the board. So that is where we are recommending we take that money from. We have been trying to be more transparent with the monthly financial reports. The sheriff has been indicating that he will be going over budget basically, I think, since December or November, and we've been working with him to try to mitigate that. Part of the overages are due to almost $9 million worth of overtime that is being spent in the sheriff's department because of lack of staffing.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
Could we get a line item of where all the overages are?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that for you.
Madam Chair.
It's Supervisor Christie and then Supervisor Hines.
May I make a substitute motion that we move to continue this item to the first meeting in July and have Sheriff Nanos present his recommendations of the situation? Perhaps we're not seeing everything that we need to see that might become a bit more transparent if we had a little more time to gather the information and the sheriff could present it. So I'd like to make the motion that we...
I'll second that.
And I would just like to say, as another duly elected official, if he doesn't want to come in person, he can send the information. I think that we're asking some questions.
If he came in
Oh,
person.
absolutely. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, we can't demand that he show up here. We can ask. No, we can ask. And if you don't come, then maybe send us some information.
Actions have consequences.
Well, Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, I would just say if asking for $3.3 million from anyone, I would probably show up. So I think that would be helpful to be able to talk to the sheriff.
Any other questions?
But, no,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can we like split the baby on it? Oh, that's gross. Sorry. Can we like split the difference a bit on this? Can we like approve halvesies and then like the previously approved amount of dollars in their budget through, I don't know, they'll have to figure it out some other way. I mean, is there other options here?
I
Or do
think
we only have to approve 3.3 million.
Supervisor Hines, were you ever in the car business?
I think that what we heard from Ms. Moulton is if this doesn't get approved, then it's going to come out of next year's budget. And so I think that we can still have the opportunity to continue the discussion. Is this going to negatively impact? I mean, it's going to be a negative impact if we vote no. So I think what the hope is that we'll get to some better understanding if we have some additional information from the sheriff.
And
If we can just understand like what happens if this proposal passes and this line item sort of stays in the negative until July 11th.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I was going to ask the same question.
Okay,
And Madam-
Ms. Moulton. Well, let her answer and then we'll.
Ms. Lesher, why is this on the agenda today?
Okay, let Ms. Moulton answer that question and then Ms. Lesher, turn it over to you. Go ahead.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, I forgot the question.
It's what happened, the suggestion is to continue this to July 11th.
The overage of the sheriff of the 3.3, up to 3.3 million, it is split about 1.8 in labor and 1.5 in supplies and services. The labor number, I really do think that we need to, my recommendation would be that you approve that because that is salaries that are being, earned as we speak. The supplies and services is a number that perhaps can shrink. We will pull the details on all of the expenditures and work with the sheriff's finance staff to put together a report for you to see what we can do with regard to that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just one last.
Supervisor Christie.
To that point, this was, as Supervisor Bronson said, just kind of plopped on us for this meeting. I think this will give everybody a chance to gather the information and make a good presentation that will explain a lot of issues that need to be explained for our benefit. And it's not going to be an adversarial situation. I think it'll be an educational situation, and it might enlighten some other problems that will come to the forefront that need to be addressed as well. Staffing, inflation, things of this nature. Just to basically ask for $3.3 million right off the bat, I think it would be more helpful all the way around.
I think, I'm going to turn it over to County Administrator Lesher, but I think what I have heard several times is this is not uncommon. It's just for transparency for our board. It's coming to us to get it approved. Otherwise, it was just dealt with in contingency. Does that sound, is that pretty accurate?
Yeah. Chair Grijalva, I think, and one of the reasons it came right now is, in the monthly reports through the year, we have been indicating that we have a problem in the Sheriff's Department budget. We have been working with them. This is as late as we could get to try to get things to level out in that department. And as we pointed out in the memo to you, the board policy is very clear that elected and appointed officials can't expend their budgets without money appropriated by the board. Historically, as we got to the end of the year when there were concerns and people were over budget, adjustments were made out of contingency and other funds to ensure that they were not over budget. We have erred on the side of bringing this to the board.
Mm-hmm. I do have some concern to not allocate the 1.8 million for staff. And so I think that because that's the end of the fiscal year, I think other adjustments might be able to be made before June 30th, but staffing isn't one of them. And so I won't be able to support your motion because I think that we need to make sure that our people get paid.
Yeah.
I can, if you want me, that would be the second substitute at this point. I know, I understand that. So we have a substitute motion to continue everything unless you withdraw your second, Supervisor Bronson. I plan on making a motion to pay for the labor and do something similar to what Supervisor Hines was suggesting. So if you want to vote on this substitute motion?
Vote on the substitute.
Okay, all right. So what we're voting on is a continuance to July 11th. and a request to Supervisor Nanos if he can come to our July 11th meeting to be able to answer some questions. Ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
No.
Supervisor Scott?
No.
Chair Grijalva?
No. Item fails 2 to 3. And so I'm going to suggest that we approve this item and cover the cost for labor of 1.8 million.
Just 1.8.
1.8 for labor. That was the estimate. Whatever it is, 1.8 or whatever the amount is. If it's closer to 1.9, I mean, it's to basically cover staff costs. So I'll move that item, and Supervisor Hines seconds. Any discussion on that?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I've been, as I'm sure all of you have been, following the financial forecasts as they come to us. So this isn't any big surprise, given the highlights of the Sheriff's Department budget in every financial forecast leading up to the consideration of this item. And I think we hire the county administrator to oversee matters like this. And so when she makes a recommendation to the board to cover the entire anticipated budget overage, I feel that that's a recommendation that comes not only from the transparency that she referenced and that Ms. Moulton referenced, but also based on the day-to-day work that she and her team are doing with the Sheriff's Department team. And I think we're doing some Monday morning quarterbacking as a board, even with this motion. And I don't know what we're going to hear on July 11th that is going to make the need for the full 3.3 million any less apparent. I think we're going to hear things like inflation and all the other issues related to this economy that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. So I appreciate the, and I'm not going to say split the baby, I'll say Solomon-like gesture of your motion, but I'm going to oppose it.
I understand that. I think, and I appreciate what you're saying. One of the things that I've learned since being here is that the county administrator has some limited oversight into elected officials and their budgets. So she can advise, but if it's a department that's, let's say, finance and they're over, she has some different authority than she does over some of the other budgets. And so the sheriff is one of our elected, and I think that they have a lot more discretion, just like we have some discretion in our own budgets that maybe other departments wouldn't. And that's where my concern comes with, you know, you have the largest budget in Pima County. We dedicate the largest amount of money to that department and those services because they're important to our community. But to go over by not a couple $100,000, but 3.3 million, that's a significant, like that is basically just saying, we have a budget. I don't know if I'm going to abide by it or not, but I want to make sure that the people that are working, that are currently working and doing so anticipating a paycheck, that they're not penalized because of whatever else is going on in the department.
So,
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. So to follow up on that, and thank you for saying that, could we then expect that on July 11th, we would not only hear from the finance staff and Ms. Lesher, but also from Sheriff Nanos and his staff in terms of how these overages in the non-labor areas occurred? I mean, the non-labor ones we all get. I mean, that's why we approved unanimously the pay raise packages that Sheriff Nanos has brought to us. But so I'd be willing to support the motion if on July 11th we could get a lot more detail on the work all of you have been doing together, not just finance, but also Sheriff Nanos' finance folks.
So this motion didn't include the presentation on the 11th. I'm happy to add that.
Please.
If you'd like to. Is that okay with you, Supervisor Hines? Okay.
So the motion is?
The motion is to approve 1.8 million for staff, for labor, for salary, for people who are working their hourly wage right now, and then to request that same, to come back and have a discussion.
My question on that is, if we do not approve that 1.8, are we being told that the staffing would not get a paycheck?
My concern is that yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Moulton.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, no, the employees would still be paid, but the sheriff's department would be in an over-budget position.
So they will be paid, and no one is going to be destitute as far as not getting a paycheck or penalized, and it'll give ample opportunity for us to have the discussion with the sheriff here, hopefully, if he so chooses, and give everybody some time to digest this situation and to look at all the facts and to have a nice, clean, transparent presentation.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
And to Ms. Lesher's point, I mean, you're right. This may have been handled administratively, but that's just, and I appreciate you erring on the side, not erring, but giving us transparency. And having said that, we weren't informed when we should have been. We should have been asking some questions. And as one of my colleagues pointed out, the last 5 years, the sheriff has not been over budget. Sheriff Nanos isn't here today, and I would hope he would be respectful of this board and attend on July 11th. I'm weighing how I'm going to vote at this point. It's kind of an Occam's razor decision, because I do want the employees to get paid. But it's a matter of how Sheriff Nanos will pay them and how he will treat the board for not improving the entire amount. He wasn't respectful enough today to attend. That worries me. So, I'm probably going to support your motion, Chair Grijalva, but I'm doing it reluctantly because there hasn't been transparency in that office. And the question is, he's got so much overtime. Why? I just want answers. It's because he had to do the overtime because of COVID, because of what? Or is it something to do with the internal operations of the department and the internal culture?
Thank you.
Yeah,
and Mr.
thank you,
Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, and I just wanted to point out again that we have been providing monthly reports that include a brief summary of why there were, I believe, 3 departments that had been over budget, and we have indicated so for the entirety of the year. If what we would like to do next year, if there's a desire to, as I say, we have been indicating which departments were over budget and which departments were over budget and by why. In a brief summary, we can provide much more granularity to that if that's the desire of the board.
I appreciate that. And then up to that motion, I mean, most of the departments that are over budget are administrative departments. The problem is, or the challenge is with elected officials. And we shouldn't be giving them blank checks. And I think that's what we're doing now. But thank you, Chairman Grijalva.
Supervisor Hines.
So it has come to my attention that the sheriff is celebrating his 38th wedding anniversary. So that probably explains why he is not here.
He's in Hawaii.
Okay, and he's in Hawaii apparently. Okay, but so I understand that, and I'm sure we'll probably look forward to seeing him next time.
And also other people can come. I mean, there's a big department, so we could do that. But yes, happy anniversary. Okay, so
Got it.
the substitute motion is 1.8 for employees, for salaries, wages, and a request that Sheriff Nanos or somebody from the Sheriff's Department be here to address some other budget concerns.
With the finance.
With the Finance Department, like a team. Okay, we have a motion. Yes.
If I can just clarify, 1.8 million or the amount of money necessary.
Yes, thank you. 1.8 plus minus. Thank you. Make sense? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. I'll ask for a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Reluctantly, yes.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. We have item 6, 7, 8. Anyone want to look through and see if there's an issue before the hearings that we'd like to separate? Otherwise, I was going to recommend moving items 6 through 12.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I would like to say on item 10 for the Library Advisory Board, thank you to Betsy Shepard for representing District 5, and I'm thank you to Rebecca Peralta for her willingness to serve on the Library Advisory Board. Now we have one hearing for a fireworks permit. If there isn't any more, go ahead.
Arizona.
Supervisor Bronson. I'm sorry. Did you want to say something?
No, yeah, I would just, it's Ajo, Arizona. If there's nobody that wishes to address us, move to close the public hearing and approve item 13. It's a hearing fireworks permit for Ajo Gibson Volunteer Fire Department in Ajo, Arizona. And I can tell you, you're not going to have a fire because it's right deep down in a mining pit.
Okay. So I'm sorry. And I'll second. I have a motion by Supervisor Bronson, a second. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Meeting is adjourned.
Madam Chair, that's another example why we should support mining in Arizona.
Because there's fireworks in the whole